Nice try with your gotcha questionings.
I thought you wouldn't remember. You fool. All right, we're alive.
All right. So welcome back to M&A&D&D episode 74. Snakes in a tomb. Last we left M&A, they had infiltrated, then re-infiltrated the cliff cliffside tomb of Deidris, um, a long ago wizard who had this tomb carved out and protected. Reasons which M&A does not know, but we're in pursuit of Verum the White, the one of the higher members of the cult of the dragon, um, who allegedly had come through this area some days before with his uh with like a small battalion of protection. You all largely made your way through the majority of the tomb after coming very close to being snuffed out, with a fight with um, some mummies. You guys managed to find the ancient tomb of Deirdre, in which some communication took place, and you were able to uncover yet another secret that led you behind the closed doors and into um, deeper chambers of this tomb, in which you've now encountered some lizard folk in Yanti, I believe. Um, in an attempt to save yourselves, Valen turns the group uh, into lizard folk to blend in. The attempt goes well as you guys exit a room and then immediately are discovered by some lizard folk in Yanti. Seems as though the lizard folk aren't going to rat you out just yet, as you have fooled the Yanti. And that is where we're going to pick up. Spelling is Diderius.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Okay, then I'm going to believe I moved everybody.
Yay.
In front of you are these two hideously hulking figures, reptilian in nature, but unlike the lizard folk, they have that diamond-shaped face of a snake, and they start hissing at you. Um,
They previously told us to get back to work, and the lizard folk also had moved on, so we already had our interaction with them.
they had told you to get back to work, but they're directing you down this hallway here.
Okay.
Um, the lizard folk group in front of you continues to kind of like shuffle forward. Um, you notice as they look back at you, as if trying to say like, you're gonna have to follow us.
But they've made no indication that they see through seeming, correct?
No, but they probably recognize the lizard folk, like familiar, like that they're familiar with. So if we're new to them, probably makes a difference. So
Okay. That makes
You
sense.
guys gonna get a marching order?
I'd probably be a square moving forward with Valen and Val, and then me and Astrid. Just can't move
Okay.
Asher's character.
What you're saying is you'd like to move something a little bit like that?
Yep. pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you guys continue down this corridor that you had previously gone through, at the very end, you see another figure approach.
Is that humanoid? Is she humanoid on top and sneaky on the bottom? Nope.
You notice that she's almost entirely humanoid, but her face takes on these like horrible. She just has these horrible snake-like features in them. The eyes, some like the cut of her jaw, and her jaw that like down along her mouth, um, as if she's like hiding massive teeth behind them. She hisses at the lizard folk in front of you. They begin to chitter and chatter in their lizard folk language. She seems to say that head north. The abomination wants to speak with you. One of the lizard folk closest to you looks back and kind of gives like a wink of a like you're gonna have to follow.
Can I insight check that briefly, just to make sure I understand that signal and that it doesn't feel like a trap?
I'm gonna say
from
you
them?
already have a certain amount of perception where you
Okay.
understand like kind of what their intentions are. You can insight check to see whether or not you think they're bullshitting you.
I'm more likely to see like, do I feel like we're about to be led into a trap by the lizard folk, or do I feel like they are continuing to like understand our situation and not rat us out completely quite yet?
Yeah. So I'll kind of whisper to the group. I didn't see which way the lizard folk went because we all weren't moving at the same time. They went down that hallway. I'm not sure how much, if anyone's understanding what language the lizard folk are speaking.
Does anybody speak Draconic?
I do.
So you do understand that. Look, I don't know where in the hills you may have come from, but if they know you're not part of the den, I don't know if they'll attack you. So stay with us. Maybe you can sneak out.
Okay. So, and I hear, so just to clarify, they are talking to me in Draconic and I
Yes.
hear them. Okay.
Yeah.
I will respond in Draconic, quietly as to match their tone and their projection. Understood. We will follow. We will follow your lead, and briefly relay the similar message to the rest of the group in common, but as hushedly as I can to not alert the overseers as it be around us.
In front of you, this female figure starts to walk towards you. She's got this kind of hypnotic sway to her hips as she walks, almost like the tail of a snake trying to glide along the floor.
Still moving.
Yeah. Do you need us to move as a group to follow the lizard folk, or?
Yeah, I can't select everybody, so.
If you guys want me to move, I can do that.
Whatever. As long as we're square, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah.
All right.
As you guys approach further, you approach a ledge. You begin to see this open room. From your stance, from where you're standing here, it just looks out almost into darkness. But there is, you hear the dripping water. Feels much more. There's more moisture in the air, and just a putrid smell. You guys get a little bit closer to the edge, and you notice that the floor is about 20 feet down, making the light really scarce, and it just looks like darkness, almost like a liquidy, liquidy blackness. As through what little light manages to hit the ground below, you see almost like waves, like the cresting of waves. The light hits. In front of you is this giant figure standing in the middle. This massive snake head. Come down here. Seems as though we need to break bread before our activities tomorrow. No reading.
Sorry. If you saw how fast I scrolled, it wasn't fast enough to read anything. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't think it was gonna scroll. I was just trying to see the bottom of the thing, and I realized it scrolled too far. I'm sorry.
This figure is waving you down. He's got this huge scimitar in his hand, and he's waving you down into the pit, to an area in the corner surrounded by some more three more female Yanti. The lizard folk in front of you are hesitant, but they do as they are told, and they begin to crawl down into the pit.
Hey, okay.
You guys like me to move you forward?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I guess move us
I think,
forward.
I think our group understands that, like, trying. I don't know. I don't.
I'll
feel
put you
like
at the
we would-
edge.
Okay.
As you guys get to the edge, you notice there's a ladder that leads down the 20 feet to the pit. But now that you're this close, it's not just the dripping you hear. You hear slithering. Something worse than that. Like stirring up wet mac and cheese. The giant Yanti abomination in front of you says,
Excuse me.
kisses. Come down here. Before we have to correct your attitudes.
I'll go ahead and head down first.
It's when you are a couple feet below to before you hit the ground when you start to see them. These hundreds and hundreds of slithering snakes that slither in and out of eggs. As you step down, some of the eggs squish underneath your feet with this nasty black liquid that comes gushing out of it. and it riles up more of these snakes beneath your feet as they seem
I
to.
would not be able to do this. Not at all.
Description is a little bit too vivid.
I'm getting flashbacks to like the first Indiana Jones and just
Good old snake floor.
oh.
Um,
Who's
Yeah,
next into the
then
House of Horrors?
I will follow Darking down to the stair, down to the ladder.
I'll move closer to the edge.
Is this girl, lady down here, is she moving towards us as well?
Yes, she continues to
Okay.
walk behind you.
Okay. I didn't know if she was like posted up in the hallway. Uh, After you.
Val will make his way in.
One of the Yanti steps forward in the back, and she approaches the lizard folk and begins to whisper in his ear.
Into the lizard folk?
Yeah, into this one's ear. And he gives a nod of understanding, and he goes into one of the corners, and you see him kind of curl his tail around his waist, and then he sits down amongst the eggshells. Val, you understand what is said next, as he tells his brethren to do the same. And they look confused and kind of hesitantly move to a place in the room, and they sit down.
I will turn to my group and say if we are to attempt to I'm going to try and say this as quickly as I can and concisely, but like I'm currently fumbling for words. Val will try and say if we were to get out of here without conflict, then we need to follow the lizardmen's lead and mimic what they do. And I'm not sure how much control over the seeming body that I have. So like I don't know if I can make my tail wrap around my waist, but I will move into what looks to be a similar location that would make sense for another lizardman to go sit down and go do that. And
Okay,
then you can put my character wherever it need that would make sense. But I don't have a indication on here.
The women in the corners kind of say, "Come in, please. It is time for the feast."
I mean, I assume we're all just gonna stay as a group, right?
They'll
So
let us. So
If you guys want to get closer together, that's fine.
yeah,
Um,
oh,
I can't.
but I
Yeah.
thought there.
who has the highest passive perception or
Uh,
perception?
I have 19 passive perception.
Um, Passive, mine's a 16.
Then it would be Liam who notices as he walks over to the corner. The first lizard folk who had sat down, he notices that those snakes start to crawl up his body and engulf him.
I hate it.
Hell no.
I hate it. I knew it was gonna.
The other lizard folk seem panicked, but at this point, it's too late as they become quickly engulfed by the hatchlings themselves. The screams are quickly muffled as when they open their mouths, snakes rush down their open mouths
I ain't
into
doing
their
that
throats.
shit. Nope. Nope. Nope.
And as
It's
they
like-
lie
Guys.
flat on the ground, they start to wither.
Oh,
And
it's
before
like-
you know it, they're completely
like the
I
covered in
think we're
that.
being fed to the snakes.
Okay.
Val is very much ready to fight out of this shit. This is some bullshit.
We can say we're fighting, right? Because are we actively starting to get consumed by snakes?
I'm gonna say that guys, they're about to eat us, and then I'm gonna grab Astrid,
Oh, I was gonna.
and I'm gonna bamf her out of here to the ledge.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm taking me and Astrid, over to this ledge over here.
Let me cast a spell.
Yep. I'm using Dimension Door and I'm grabbing Astrid.
So they're already gone.
Mhm.
I'm assuming we have to roll for initiative because now shit's happening.
Yeah, if you guys are gonna fight, let's roll
Oh, hell
initiative.
I can only get one person out.
I do not think my character is gonna sit by idly. and
I just
be
watch
eaten by
snakes being eaten, eating these people alive, and I'm like, no, fuck this.
Yeah, Viva, I was terrified. I was like, I hope he doesn't just sit down and then gets immediately eaten by snakes. I'm hoping it doesn't go there. I'm gonna see where it goes. I'm gonna follow because he said, the lizard guy said so. But I'm cautious, and then he's like, and the snakes start crawling up him and eating him. I'm like, nope, nope.
This is what I thought. This is my worst nightmare.
This is worse than my last nightmare.
Val's already dealt with tentacly things all over him. He doesn't like it.
Tentacly things.
I've used Dimension Door for
How
today,
do
so I
people
can't.
roll so good on initiative? This is ridiculous.
This is the second time I've ever rolled good on my initiative.
I didn't.
Thank you.
I never roll good on my initiative. I'm usually last.
No, Alex, you've crit on initiative a couple of times.
No, it's only the last 2 times, and I
I
usually
don't think-
show up really late in the round.
I don't think I've rolled an initiative higher than a 12. Period. Rock on. All right.
I'm usually
right.
single digits. Actually, I might pull us back a little further, Astrid, just so we have range, but
Okay.
you have to
I
be
mean,
next to
I'm-
me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. And I just tell everyone to run as I'm grabbing her. I'm like, make some distance, get up to the ledge, and I grab Astrid, bamf out.
Okay,
It
that's
might be
was.
party
Is this
time
your?
for. It might be
your
party time
turn?
for Valen. Well, that was I guess I don't know if it's my turn because I was trying to do it like it's a surprise round turn. Would be us making distance.
You want to have a surprise round because they are very aware what they're going to do to you guys.
Gotcha. So,
Which is essentially
and if
like a
that's
combat
the
action.
situation, well, the only reason I'm saying that is because I was doing that in regardless first thing, and
Right.
my initiative happened to be first. But if we want to use that as my action, that can be my action. So then
Okay.
for a bonus action. Fuck. What I got for bonus action right now? Got a lot.
Can cast spider climb?
Valen is being a heckin' smart.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't have any.
In a tomb, there would be plenty of room for me to elevate myself.
Get up on the ceiling.
Hell
Much like-
yeah!
Just pick them off from up there.
Mm-hmm.
The Hydra's back.
Don't do that. Don't jump on the
Yeah,
Hydra back.
I don't have any good bonus actions right now, so I'm just gonna stay here. I'm going to attempt to hide from everyone down here because we did disappear from their vision. So I'm just gonna do bonus action hide. I understand I'm in front of this one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because we're on an elevated ledge, we're moved back, but I'm gonna attempt to hide, and I understand that my hide action is not gonna do anything against this, but it's my bonus action, so that's all I got.
Okay.
Just for the side information, Viva, when you were describing the scene, I was totally eating.
And he was getting more and more hungry.
You're just like
Yeah,
looking at
he's
him
like
while he's
this.
eating his dinner.
I was like, oh, snake. Oh, they're eating the lizard folks. Okay.
Gross.
That's my action, my bonus action. I don't really feel like moving, so that's my turn.
Sianti moves forward immediately as she sees these two kind of apparate out of this area and realizes that you won't be going down
charge.
quite as easy as the other lizard folks. So she immediately attacks. And she attacks Valen. Does a 20 hit
Ahead.
and a 22 hits?
It,
So
yeah.
that would be 6 slashing total.
Okay.
Would have been her
Just
attack. Would have been her move.
For everyone's
Um,
edification, we currently still, at this moment, still all look like lizardmen.
Yeah, that does no concentration and it lasts for 8 hours until he disperses it.
The Yanti, who had been circling behind you all, comes in and decides to attack Astrid. A 10 misses, but I did get a natural 20 on my second scimitar attack, which would be 7 plus 5 slashing.
12.
Okay. 12. Got it. I'm working on it.
And she begins to hiss at you. Do any of you speak abysmal or draconic? I guess you. I know
speak
Val does, but he's no
Draconic.
longer.
Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, Infernal, and Sylvan. So not Abyssal.
Okay.
No. No.
But you
abyssal.
just hear like just it just sounds like hissing as she attacks you, Astrid. This would be Valen's turn.
Okay. I'm gonna get the fuck out.
Yeah, so your action would have been spider climb here, Terry, for your edification.
Yeah. So spider climb here,
So that's your action.
and but
If
I can
he-
still move, right?
Yes.
Do I get an
You
attack
would-
opportunity? He's going up.
Yes.
So I should
get
get
two.
two attack opportunities.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That means he has to
Range
make
of two of
two. He has to make 2 concentration checks if they hit.
why would he have to do a concentration check?
Because the spell is still.
But I already hit you. I already hit you to start the round. With
It
the
didn't
6
break
slashing.
my. It
He-
didn't break my concentration.
If he can't, if we're doing, he's cast spider climb on this turn, so he's now casting spider climb, right? So if,
Okay. That's
So-
it's not for. Okay, I got you. It's for the other
Not for
thing.
seeming.
Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Then you take 6 slashing.
con save got to be a 10.
So concentration. Where is
Is
it?
a Constitution save
Constitution
up in the
save.
top left box under saving throws. It's Constitution.
Okay. So it got to be a 10, right?
Got to be the 10. The minimum one. Fuck.
Fuck. So I fell down again.
So he doesn't.
From how far?
He didn't make it that far.
It would be.
I
5
didn't
feet.
even. I haven't even moved. It'll be only
Yeah,
5
like,
feet.
because if it's when he exits their range and they have a range of 5 feet, it would be he's getting like
Okay, so yeah, you're not gonna
5-ish
take
feet
fall
up on the
damage.
wall. Yeah.
Okay. So that was your action, and
He hasn't used his bonus yet.
Well, I
That was
guess
action and
my-
part of his movement. You can use half of your remaining movement to stand back up so that you do not give them advantage because you are prone if you were knocked prone from falling off of the wall.
I guess I'll have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you still have a bonus action.
I'll do a bardic inspiration for myself. All right. So yes, just to show you. All right.
okay, end your turn.
Yep. That ends my turn.
You hear this whispering in your ear, Valen, that's urging you to sit down and embrace the Yanti that come to greet you.
All right.
Do you have any immunities to let's see here. Oh, I had it. Sorry. Do you have immunity? Can you be charmed? Are you immune to a charm?
I have
advantage on the
advantage roll
save.
against charm. Yeah.
Okay, so I need you to do a wisdom saving throw.
Hold up. That's not right. I didn't do
Woo!
No, you
Woo!
the. Oh damn.
son. A 20
All
and
right.
18.
So you feel this like buckling in your legs as if you kind of want to just give up on this fight, but you fight back this urge, and you stand up tall, and you face the Yanti next to you, and she just kind of bears these fangs out at you. Oh, that's why. Give me a second. You just hear this massive rumbling and this like horrible
Thank God.
sound as the abomination goes charging towards the ladder, stepping on the hatchlings on his way. As it begins to climb up, it's not, you barely see his head peek over.
He doesn't have feet.
You
can't step on him.
You're right, maybe he don't have feet.
Yeah.
No.
He definitely doesn't have feet, but
He doesn't
does,
have
like,
feet.
step
I'm
Yeah.
making
over
sure there's not a stepping action happening.
Okay, so no, then I'll
20
take that
foot
all back.
ledge and a ladder. How's he getting up the ladder?
Those things are like 40 feet long, Alex.
Shh.
I mean, he's massive. He can climb it, but unfortunately, that
Yeah,
takes
those
up
things
all
are-
of his.
Humongous.
Let's see. Actually, you know what? Good.
He's got more.
That's
He's
a
got more.
good
He's got
call.
probably more movement.
Yeah, so he actually makes it up there. Good point. Thank you for that, Alex.
That would have to use up like his like action or something to go up the ledge, right?
No, because climbing is part of movement.
Yeah, but it
And
uses
so-
some.
It's half movement.
It's
Half
half movement unless you have a special
But
feat
it's
that
fucking-
says your
Right,
climbing
so
speed is
it's
equal to your
so
walking
it's
speed.
20. It's 20 to there. 20 feet. That's it. That's all of his movement. He's 40.
He has 40-foot movement. He
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to make it up because it's 20 across from the middle and then 20 up. But that 20 up requires 40 feet of movement since it's
Right.
half movement up.
So unless if he uses his dash action, he could get to us,
Yes.
and he can make it up to us. But he wouldn't. But he would just get there, and then that would be the end of his turn.
Yeah,
No,
like
that
the
would just
same
be
thing
the
that-
end of his movement.
Yeah.
No, that would be the end of it because his action would be using the dash action. He's not a rogue.
No, I'm just saying where I'm at is all I did was use movement.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yes.
Taking aim at Astrid, the 25 hits,
Yeah.
14 piercing and 14 with 6 14 piercing with 6 poison. A 15 doesn't hit,
Okay.
correct?
A 15 does not hit.
Okay.
You said 14 plus 6?
No,
14 piercing and
total.
6 poison.
Oh,
So that's
so
20,
20 total.
Yeah. That's fine.
That would be Val, it is your turn.
Shit. Can I use my action to like swap places with Valen and like get in front of him between him and all of the things that are surrounding us?
Half movement, probably.
I would say it would take almost all your movement if you want to do this, because you're gonna have to
Fine,
grab
I'll-
him and then. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think
I'm
in
not-
this situation, I know what. I see what you're trying to do. I'm gonna put it.
I didn't know you could
Kind of-
rotate our
I want to put
icons.
baby in the corner
didn't-
and protect him.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and then if I still have my action and my bonus action, so that's all of my movement, and I'm cool with that. Bonus action, Val will summon forth his echo to stand beside him, and to again stand in front of Valen, to try and make as protective of a wall as he can, and then I am going to attack this Yuan-Ti next to me. And so you'll see Val and his Echo both simultaneously pull out their long swords. And Val will take a swing with his silvered sword. But no funny business. It's just him taking an attack. Does a 24 hit?
The Yanti, yes, it does.
It'll be 14 slashing, and then he'll take his second attack. Same thing. There's no special. It's just a 13 hit.
13 does hit.
Holy shit. So a total of 20 damage to this one Yuan-Ti, and he'll just... He is trying to piss it off as much as he can. And he'll take one slash and try and hit the face and hope that it's a creature of... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, shallow morale. I don't know. He's trying to scar up the face and try and piss it off. And that's the end of my turn.
As you slice through the flesh of this female Yanti, a similar black blood just starts to ooze down the sides through these slits that you've now carved into her. But this wave starts approaching, this black wave. You see the cresting and the rolling of this. As you see the swarm of snakes come flowing towards you.
Rat king of snakes.
And this is at your echo.
Sure.
Does the 17 hit?
Just misses.
Oof. So they start to swarm your echo and are trying to like climb at it and bite at it. And
This is the echo of Raynor, so it actually has a shield, so it'll bring up its shield to deflect the attack.
okay, Astrid,
Yeah.
you are up.
Well, all right, as my bonus action, I'm going to use 2 of my sorcery points to cast darkness.
Oh no.
But I'm going to cast it where the 15-foot radius just hits me. So I want it's a bubble, and I want it to just enclose me if possible. Like I'm on the edge of that 15 feet.
Okay, closer. So
Um,
like the center is closer to the abomination.
Yeah, so like I want the center. Can you see my yeah. So I want the center to basically be like there.
Right.
And I don't know if I can draw a circle or not.
I can if you want me to.
Yeah, if you can. And when I use my sorcery points to cast darkness, I have here I'll post that. But I can see in the magical darkness. Is that big enough?
No,
Okay.
he's making it bigger.
Oh, something like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And so he is now within magical darkness. So unless he has
True sight, blind sense.
insight,
Yeah, blind sight, true sight, or tremor sense.
he's technically at disadvantage and can't see. So I'm going to
Is there any kind of saving throw against that?
Nope. No.
no.
It is
No,
an area
okay.
of effect.
It's
It is
just
literally
an
just
area
a bubble of like smoke and darkness.
Yeah.
If it is in there, it cannot see unless it has ability to see through magical darkness. And people cannot see through it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
so I'm technically the only unless he can see through it with whatever feats or anything he has, technically I'm the only person that can see.
Yeah.
Okay. So if he can't see me, I can attack at advantage.
He cannot
Um,
see you.
So I will attack him with advantage. Um, 24.
24 hits.
Okay. I'm gonna roll that damage. 12 damage on the first hit. And then I'll attack him again. $27
That also hits.
Nice. Ripping into this guy.
and 7 slashing.
Don't you?
And what is Dragon Slayer? It's only on dragons, right?
Yeah,
Anything
it's,
with the dragon
anything
tag.
with the dragon tag, which
I don't think a
they
Yanti
have.
counts.
I don't think so. Like lizard folk, I think do. I don't think Yanti do.
Nope. Okay, so that's another 7.
So 19
Yes,
total damage.
19 total.
Mm-hmm.
Magical slashing.
And is he large enough that his token takes up that entire space? Is he large
Yes.
enough that he takes up that entire space?
He's still on the ground,
yeah.
I think, according to Viva.
He's a large monstrosity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
So
he
you're
probably
hitting
would
his
take
head,
So-
even though he's still in the tier
So-
below.
No, he made it.
He I think we decided.
I think
he
we
made
said
it up,
he
'cause
mate it up.
Okay.
He used all his movement and his dash.
Yeah, because he was able to hit Astrid, and they have reach, and he was able to hit Astrid, which means he would have to be on the same level.
Okay. Then I'm gonna stay right there. Because I use bonus action, I use my movement to get closer to him.
And you're
I
now
use my
pretty
attack.
hidden.
Yeah.
She is.
And now any attack made against me will have disadvantage.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know why I rolled 3 or 2 of those. But I know where this attack is going now. Does a 17 hit the Echo?
It does not. Once again.
Okay,
it
so
brings
2
him up to
attacks
raise with the shield.
against the Echo. With the scimitar as the third Yanti moves closer to you all 3, stuck in this corner. And we are back to the top of the turn order.
Well, I can't see anything
1 round
going.
down.
I can't see anything down there.
Nope.
Behind you now is just a black wall, blackest thing you've ever seen.
Yep. I'm like, all right. Well, I hope you got that guy. I guess I'll take care of this one. So I'll take my bonus action to aim and use Talon.
Is aim only ranged?
I don't think so. It just stops my movement. Where's aim? Come on. Steady aim. As a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on your next attack roll in your current row. You can't use this action if you've used movement and you move your speed to 0. There's nothing about range.
Yeah. Do it. Sorry, I was going off of the like it's literally called.
I know,
aim, so
I know.
was thinking, like,
But it
about,
doesn't say anything about range.
No, you're good. Go for it. It's so cool.
So I'll use Talon and Green Flame Blade together to stack on the damage. Oh, 18 hits. I hope an 18 hits.
I hit with a
You-
13.
Oh, you hit with a 13?
Viva's away.
Against
Okay.
those, yeah.
Alright, so yeah, so then I'll do that, and then I get spell for Green Flame Blade. It's just whatever the first one is, 8.
So 31.
Alright, sorry, y'all.
Yeah, 31 damage to this
31. Woo. Okay.
thing. 8 of that was fire.
8 of it was fire.
Yeah. And then, seeing that before the blackness came out, I was watching what was going on. I saw that Valen tried to escape, but it didn't happen. I'll just shout out. Valen, they have a big lizard, and maybe we need a big lizard on our side. Don't let them put baby in the corner. All right.
curious, since he shouted and the Yanti abomination had like kind of lost all sense, he now knows in which direction to move, right? Like he
Yeah,
can
but
get
he would
the
have,
sense of sound.
if he wants to go towards me, but he has to go through her.
Okay, just checking. All right. Okay, so that was so you slashed this Yanti. Massive damage has been done to her, and she's just kind of like hobbled over.
Hmm.
That black blood just pouring from her. Valen, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this
It-
for the same kind of thing? That
Wait,
he
hold
did
on. Let
last
me
time?
just make sure you can. If it's a different one, but let me see if you saved, then maybe you can't do it again.
Oh, I was wondering if it was based on the same type of spell or ability of a charm that he still gets advantage or not.
It looks like I can try it again. So you begin to hear this whispering. I need you to do a wisdom saving throw. It doesn't say that if you succeed that I can't do it again.
That's fine. Is it a charm effect or no? Is the question. That I
Yes.
have. So he would have advantage. That's all I was asking.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
You would
so
have advantage, but you already saved. And again, so you hear this voice kind of come into your head, telling you to sit this one out, to just lie back and let their brood take over. You fight against it. Liam, I'm gonna have you also make a wisdom saving throw. This is the same thing, a charm effect.
Yeah.
Oof.
Damn.
You as soon as you hear the whispering in your head, you almost like
I rolled like
You
shit
cocked-
last
you-
week, so this is I'm
you
finally
cocked
catching
like
up.
a smile, a smirk.
I did roll shit last week, so it's all coming back around.
Okay. I think that's the end of my turn there. Damn. Those are 2 wasted turns. All right, Valen, you're up.
Okay, so with the condition I'm going to attack this target.
HP.
18
Alright,
hit.
That does hit.
Okay. So that's a piercing damage on this
Against
target.
which one? This one here?
This.
Okay.
And gonna hit it again.
Jeez.
That does hit.
Okay. That's 10 piercing again, this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay, good.
and then with my bonus action, I am going to cast a inspiration on Val. Hold up. And because basically once I finish my attack and I turn to take and talk to Val, saying that looks like Darking and Astrid has all made it out here so far. I mean, they probably should be on top of the stairs again. We need to get going and then trying to finish these enemies so we can catch up with them as soon as possible. And I will rest.
So I'll quickly respond to his inspiration to say, "You got it, bud. Just stay behind me, and I'll make sure we can clear a path for you."
Thank you. Keep tanking. I would need it.
My plan too.
All right.
Thank you very much. All right.
What a doofus. Oh my god.
Keep taking.
He goes, thank you very much. I'm like, Jesus.
Does a 23 hit? So that would be 4
Anyone
plus
on the
4 slashing. Oh, I'm talking to Val here.
Okay.
4 plus 4 slashing.
Wait, was that to actually Val? Because he has this. You should be rolling.
Oh yeah, you have disadvantage if you're attacking Val himself. My cloak.
What? Because your goddamn
cloak.
cloak never give you this shit. Yeah. So then that would be a 13. So that doesn't hit. So 2 scimitar attacks. You're able to dodge them with expert ease. Cool. That'd have been Valen. I am going to. Astrid, would you like to gamble?
um.
Here are my terms. I'm gonna roll
Okay.
a D100.
Uh-huh.
If I get a anywhere in the 20s,
Mm-hmm.
that means I can roll for an attack on you.
Okay.
You just roll.
So I'm gonna
you
be-
can roll for attack anyways. You just roll at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can try and attack.
Yeah.
You just have to do it at disadvantage.
okay. All right.
Sorry, if I didn't explain that correctly. Yeah, you can still attack because, like, theoretically, he knows where I.
He got stabbed
It's
by
a
her.
hallway. Like, he just can't.
Yeah,
see
he just
to
doesn't know
he
where
could,
you
like,
are, so he's
make a
swinging
true
broad and
attack.
blind.
Right. So at a disadvantage, does a 24 hit?
Yeah.
You should have gambled. All right, that would have been 7 piercing with 10 poison.
Okay.
And then the second one misses
Okay.
as the abomination in this cloud of blackness is just swinging wildly. You feel like the air whip past you as his tail like whips around looking in search of something. But in the darkness, you feel this clamping down and these fangs dig down into your flesh. Val.
Val will continue to attack this Yuan-Ti. Since he no longer has to use his bonus action to bring his Echo forward this turn, he's going to use his bonus action for Planar Warrior, and you'll see him. You'll see the eye kind of just like start to glow, even for the lizard man that he currently still looks like. The eye glows. The visage of Raynor is still next to him with a shield. So there's like this glowing, semi-translucent figure in like full armor with a long sword and a shield, and then standing next to 2 lizard men, and then one of the lizard men's eyes starts to glow. And I'll attack this Yuan-Ti with the long sword. Uh, 20 to hit.
Yes, sir.
12 force damage.
Already on bleeding heavily in awful shape, you turn with your elven longsword, and let's hear it.
So I'll come in, and this is the same one that he's like slashed across the face, and with his sword engulfed in this extra planar energy, he'll two-handed and take a swing and just from the base of the neck just go straight through and just decapitate it.
The second your sword cuts all the way through, you hear this loud from all around you as the curdling of the snakes below your feet begin to like writhe in agony, almost agitating them even further. And you hear this like kind of rushing as they start slithering towards you all.
And then you let me know if this is okay. I want to move my echo to this space, and I know that the grid makes it look weird, but essentially I'm trying to close off Valen completely from being able to like be hit right now with like by putting like myself in my echo, like, you know, bodyguard, like protect the president right in front of him. Although I know, like, you know, if we're playing like checkers, like you could stand in this space to still theoretically hit something here. I'm trying to position myself so that that can't happen, and you let me know if that's okay or if that's not.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but you said what, like where you're standing now, right?
Yeah, like I moved my Echo 1 over to the space that young
Yeah.
team was, and I'm trying to like block off Valen.
No, I think that, yeah, that works.
Okay.
Yeah, I get what
So
you're trying to do.
I'm gonna move my Echo over, and then I still have my second attack, and I will attack this Yanti directly next to me with just a normal attack. 20 to hit.
Jeez, Louise.
I mean, I don't get to use sharpshooter when I'm not using a bow, so I don't.
You should also just give him advantage, because then he gets super advantage, and then he'll definitely miss. Remember, that's the
Yeah, because
secret.
then I'll roll like
yeah.
3 below. But remember, I can roll a 4 and still hit, so I'll just roll 3 ones. 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn. And I need to go.
Another, so you turn, swinging your blade, and another spray of black blood just coats this wall, already covered in this slime, dripping down from the ceiling. One. How is it again to roll? R/roll, right?
No,
Or-
it's slash roll and then the
Slash roll.
1d whatever.
There it is. Okay. So, oh, now it went. Lordy, lordy. All right. Well, I'm gonna go with the first one. So having just killed this one, you've gained the ire of the swarm of hatchlings.
Mm.
At disadvantage, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Then they start to like encompass your feet, and they're biting at your leather boots. But unfortunately, nothing is able to make contact. These little.
Val spending so much time in the wilderness and beyond has grown accustomed to things trying to crawl in to boots and pants and try and bite them. So he's made sure he's cinched off all of those and like packed all of the socks into the pants and everything to make sure they can't get in.
Snake garters.
I mean, he has like dragon scales like plated on the front of his boots.
David, how much damage did you do to that one that you killed? You did 12 this round. Did you attack it the previous round?
Yes, and so did Valen.
I know Valen attacked it, so that was 30 plus your first attack then?
10.
First 2 attacks on my first round.
Okay. Astrid,
50.
Yeah.
you're up.
Okay. So I would like to use the Staff of Fire to cast Fireball. And I'm going to cast it right here so that the 20-foot hits these guys, and theoretically would also hit this guy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's
20-foot
20
sphere.
foot down
It's a 20-foot sphere.
Here.
sphere.
It would work. 20-foot radius.
But he's
And so it's 20 feet in literally every direction.
Yep.
So
Well,
so
it's a
no, I think
it's a
I think I
sphere,
understand what
not a
it says.
cube.
Yeah.
So it goes,
So, like,
it goes down 20 feet at the
In the center. In the center, it's 20 feet down and 20 feet up.
Mhm.
So if you cast it there, he'll get burnt for sure.
Mhm.
But
Sure.
those on the edges, they'll be underneath it
I think
because
so.
the ball of it will be.
You have to do the triangle thing.
well, then she would just move it over a little bit to the right, because then that means that Val won't be hit by it if you move it over 5
I
feet.
Yeah.
just don't want to hit anybody.
Yeah, I would say you would have to move it.
Yeah, I think she can set it up to hit them and this guy without anyone else, but I don't think the point she initially selected would work.
Okay,
Yeah.
would that work?
Just basically like.
There's
Ilsa-
definitely a place in space where you could do this.
Yeah.
It's
There
just hard
is
to do it
math-
on a 2D
Trigonometry real
map.
quick, guys.
Hey Terry, if you
Thanks
can
for
hit me
listening.
with our line with the one thing that remains true about our campaign.
The one thing remains true about our campaign.
The science that
Science
science
is-
is.
Oh yeah,
is
science is canon, bitches.
Oh, God.
All right, so yeah, go ahead and do it. We just
All right.
It's deck saves for all three of
it's
them.
a DC 15 deck save. Ooh.
Nice job.
You're good, you're supposed to roll. So DC 15.
She
They
wrote
save-
two
if they
ones
save, it's
and it still had
14.
28 damage. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Fireball's great.
And she can see through the darkness, so she's not impeded by like having to aim or anything.
right. That's an 8, a 12, and a 9.
They all take 28.
Lit.
So they all take 28
fire
damage.
They
Did you
all
just say
take
lit
28.
when you cast Fireball?
Maybe.
Uh,
Anyways.
After it out of here, being like, I'm just gonna deal with everything.
and just this.
An explosion soars out of the darkness. Yeah.
The little fire.
that was the weak. That was terrible.
Thanks for the Charmander amount of fire.
Yeah. It looked like a red dragon farted or something. Like a
That
little...
was just-
Damn, man.
No, that's it. There we go.
Yeah.
They're not even showing it to me anymore, so I don't know what's going on. All
We
right.
saw it. We saw explosions.
Now like kind of bursts into flame. She frantically starts clawing out at you. Closest to you would be
Yeah, she can only get me from that
the
distance.
tank.
Yeah, the tank.
Both a disadvantage.
Still at disadvantage.
First one misses. The second one's a 21
There, that hits me.
and does a whopping 2 slashing.
Well,
She is a
Jeez
little distracted.
Louise.
anything
Yeah.
until my next turn, Viva. Anything till my next turn does not have disadvantage.
Thank.
So I think that currently is just this guy, though.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm before the other two things that are next to me. So currently this one does not have disadvantage.
Yep. All right. So that
Cool,
would
I'm gonna go to
be
the bathroom
DW.
while you guys do the next part.
All right, I'm going to take aim again and do the same thing. So I'm going to cast Green Flame Blade on Talon and I'm going to strike out, so I'll have advantage on my strike. So Talon's engulfed in a flaming green flame. Oh, thank God. 27, I assume hits. And then I do that plus whatever the green flame damage is. So 8 plus
Let's hear
what
it.
is that? 23. Yeah. So yeah, I just strike out the flaming green sword, striking it dead in the heart, and it bursts into flames. That was my bonus action and my action, and it also eats my movement, so I can't do anything else. But I got to do, clear something from the field.
Nice. Valen, you are up.
Okay. Was that going? I am. So let me see. I guess I will.
If David's echo is body blocking for Valen, and David is too, then I would assume Valen can't melee attack anything either. That only makes sense.
He can only the swarm.
He can hit the swarm because it's diagonal to him.
Right, but David was saying that he was body blocking it.
He was trying to, but like the swarm is like
he's trying to get in the way as much as possible.
Okay. I was trying to be fair with the interpretation of like if you're going to give him the body block, then you can't body block and also allow him to melee too. But
I think with his little sword and a bunch of little worms on the ground, I think he can stab at it.
That makes sense.
Little sword? I take offense to that. Fuck.
Skinny. Okay, skinny sword.
Thank you.
The
Much
volume
better.
is very minimal, but it's got a long length and a very.
It's how you use the sword.
Okay, so in that case, I will use the Ice Storm to attack the swarm.
What is the range of that ice storm? Does it have a area effect?
20 feet.
Okay, so you can actually probably hurt more than that. So okay, let's hear it. This is a magical attack?
Yes. So
Dexterity saving throw.
15.
Oh, Terry did. I was like, what snake person just did this shit? All right.
I basically attack
Now
this
you're good.
target and affect the enemies around her. All three of them get attacked.
You're also gonna affect David too.
Who's saved.
got
Okay,
damage.
so she saves. She does not, and the swarm saves. So
Okay, so
Correct.
who the one that didn't save, what happens to her?
okay, so a creature take 2d8 bludgeoning plus the cold damage full. So she take 19 damage.
So it's half of the bludgeoning and then full cold.
For the people that got saved, I think. Let me see. So let me put it up.
That would be. I'm sorry, you said that was 11 damage.
How do you put it onto the D&D?
Here, I got it. Just don't do the damage. There's the text.
Yeah.
The cylinder makes deck save. Bludgeoning, cold. Half as much on success. So it's the full damage and then half it. So it's half of 19, which would be 4 and 5. So you take 9.
If you saved, right?
If you saved.
If you
If
saved.
you saved, you take 9. If
So-
you did not
so,
save, you take 19.
So Val takes 9.
Yep.
And
Hmm?
as these, you summon this hill of rock hard ice.
Wait, why would Val save? Val got
Because within
15.
He's within.
So it is
Because he's take halves. Anybody who's.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you got that.
I'm within the effect of the area of effect.
Got it.
As these shards of ice rocks come hurtling down, you just hear this splatter, and that wave that had been kind of generating everywhere throughout this room kind of just starts to calmly slow down as you look down and just this greasy mess of poisonous snakes
I have a meta
lie
question.
domicile on the floor.
Do the snakes take extra damage because it's cold and they don't like cold?
I know. I looked to see. I looked for the same thing.
I know.
And I
That'd
was
be
trying
so
to check their
good.
sheets. I was like, cold should do something for them, and they're but no.
No, you're good.
Oh,
You're good.
okay.
I
We're on the same-
do
we're
get
on
an
the same page,
advantage.
we're good.
The Yanti we're getting advantages on it, but that
I
has
mean, it
nothing to do
wouldn't
with
be
the cold,
it wouldn't be science,
right?
right?
It does
No, you're
extra
good.
damage. We're fucking calling it.
You're
Science
the GM.
works.
That is
You're the
literally your
GM. You
rules.
decide.
Yeah. They take
All right.
extra.
With my bonus action, I am going to heal myself. Let me see. Bonus action. Healing word. And cast. So that's 6 healing. Thank you. All right,
Okay.
and I will rest my turn. Thank you.
Lashing out against Val. This one actually I can just roll straight.
Roll straight.
Woo! I got 220. Jesus Christ! Got a 22 and a 22.
Cool.
For a total of 6 slashing.
Oh no.
I finally opened up. Gotta hit them. They both rolled on their first roll 22s and then crap damage. So cool.
Makes you feel better. You're probably about to murder me, so
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
it's okay. Great. I have a plan.
I have disadvantage, so a 9 biting fails. I did
Correct.
on my second attack 22 hits.
22 will hit, yeah.
So here's what happens. With this second attack, you feel this tail wrap around you. It grabs hold and starts constricting. You take 11 bludgeoning and you are
Mhm.
grappled.
Okay.
You can escape with a DC 14.
Okay.
That is the end of the abomination's turn.
So then it's
Uh,
my turn.
Yep.
The cloak re-engages, and my form starts to shimmer a little again. And Val shakes off like what little frost is on his cloak, and then attacks the Yanti in front of him.
I'm sorry. Has Terry done more damage to you than the Yanti?
Yep. What's great is the first one that hit me didn't even break my
Concentration.
Your
my
temp-
temporary hit points.
Oh my
So
god,
I was still at technically full health, and then Terry hit me.
Okay. Amazing.
And then so I'll take my my 2 attacks, or my first attack at this one, and again, gathering himself and coalescing extra planar energy into his strike, I will attack it with planar warrior. 20 to hit, 21 damage on the first strike against this one.
Holy God.
Against the one that's closest to as it gains your ire, let's hear it.
Val will bring up the sword and then do a jumping like cross body slash, and will cleave it from like shoulder all the way through the abdomen with that attack. And then as he lands, he's gonna make his second attack with an upward swing at the one that was standing next to it. But this is a normal attack with no funky business. 12 damage to this one.
Let's hear it.
Voluntary on that one.
Me? She got hit by the
Oh shit! She
fireball.
got hit by the fireball. Seeing this thing being like half scorched and half like frostbitten.
Gotta really
Yeah.
stink.
Hair
It's
still
like-
like charred on one side with little embers in it, and then just frost all over this other side of it.
It probably looks very like unsettled and very uncomfortable with the situation, and I'm just gonna put it out of its misery. I'll just come up and drive a thrusting attack like through the base of the neck and then out the back. And I'll turn to Valen and be like, Valen, I always knew you had it in your pocket. You've been sitting on that for a while. Damn fine work. And then like brush off like the rest of the ice and get ready for the next part of the battle. And I guess
All right,
it's
who
now Astrid's
is next?
Astrid.
Astrid.
Can I attack even though I'm grappled?
Yes.
Is that a thing? Would it be at disadvantage?
Mm-mm. But you're
So
not
I still have an
restrained.
advantage on the attack.
Oh, that must be part
You
of the
can look at
restrained condition.
Yeah, look at conditions
I'm
and you can do grappled in there.
Yeah, you can.
Oh.
It's right here. You can do the. You can click conditions and then drop down.
Sorry.
Speed is 0. Can't benefit from any bonus speed. It ends if the grappler is incapacitated. All it does is make your speed 0.
Okay. Good to know.
Technically, if someone else was attacking you, they would have advantage on you.
Okay.
So like because you're being grappled, but he
held,
doesn't have an
yeah.
ally to attack you with, so that's not a thing.
See,
Okay.
no, I think that's only restrained because that specifically is a thing in restrained.
Oh
and
wait,
not
that's the thing in.
grappled.
Okay.
Yes, if you click on restrained, it has a bullet point saying attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage, and that's specifically for restrained.
Okay.
So
Then
if
I
I'm
thought
just
that was part of
grappled.
grapple too.
So it just makes your speed 0. So you can do whatever you need to.
I'm gonna try and hit him. I'm gonna stab his stupid tail. 27?
Here's the thing. 27 does hit.
Okay.
Would you like to gamble? Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
Dormammu!
Alright. So that's 7 slashing. And I would like to hit him again.
You're just gonna stay with grappled and
Listen, I told you I had a plan. It was a 17 hit.
wait. Can you attack when you're
Yes.
restrained?
It's not
No, it's
restrained. It's
grappled.
grappled.
Am
Yeah,
I
it says,
restrained
okay,
or
until the-
grappled?
Until the grapple ends, the target is restrained.
Oh, you only said grappled.
It's
Oh.
So
Oh.
you-
And restraint are two different things.
yes. So then.
okay. I'm gonna read it to you. It says bludgeoning the target is grappled. Escape DC 14. Until this grapple ends, the target is restrained.
Oh, well, okay.
she-
We didn't know that
so
they,
then-
she was also restrained.
Sorry.
so then-
She's also restrained.
Okay.
She would have disadvantage, but has advantage, so it would just be a
A
straight roll.
Okay. So
Her
can
first attack would still hit because it's a 27.
Her second
The
attack.
second one would miss. Is what it would be
It's
the
a
first
natural
roll for
one, yeah.
each. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that nat one.
That's how I would see it. But
Yeah.
If
Okay.
you want me to
all
roll
things
it-
go to the DM.
Yeah.
Um,
it's
the way
completely
I
up
would
to
look
you.
at it is your turn is trying to get ungrappled.
She can choose how to do it, but she can take her action to try to break the grapple if she chooses to do that. Because
Right.
that DC is to take your action to break the grapple, right? If she
Yes.
uses it that way.
But,
But if
here's
she
how.
has the option to attack it and just ignore it.
Okay.
She might have another way out of it.
I tend to think if you're grappled and restrained, that means you're restrained as your hands are tied. So you can't use your weapon.
It's
That's why the game rules it as you have disadvantage on attacks.
Yeah. All right.
So,
So one
that's
attack
just,
hits for
I think that's a
7.
limitation
The other one misses.
I mean, it's-
And then I guess you would have a bonus action.
Bonus action. I'm going to Misty Step.
You're gonna Missy Step.
Yes.
Can you?
Yep.
Yeah. Guess so.
On a Misty Step.
Drop the darkness.
Well, I'm checking to see dropping darkness if
It's a free action to drop a.
Is it a free action?
Yeah.
Well, no, not necessarily. Some
Let
spells
me check.
require a
Let me
bonus
check, let
action
me
to
check.
disengage it.
Concentration. Magical darkness, 15-foot radius sphere for the duration. Darkness spreads around corners.
It
A
yeah,
creature
it
with
doesn't.
dark vision can't see the point you choose.
Yeah, if it
Any
doesn't
of the
just
spell-
say it, then you can just disperse as a
Oh,
free
okay.
action.
So before I Misty Step, I'll drop darkness. Give a little smirk to the Yanti, and then go my 30 feet.
Woo. Your Missy Step is 30 feet. Okay,
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna go right where my arrow.
yeah, I
is.
think where you're at is fine because you got to drop
You have to go
elevation
down.
too.
Oh, okay.
You also still have
right,
movement
right,
now.
right,
Yeah, you can walk.
Because that was action, bonus action, and then
So
now
you're
movement.
Yeah, I'll back up a little bit more. All right, I'm good.
All right, start the next round. It is DW.
Cool. I assume he sees me now. Hi. I'm going to pull out my bow, and I'm going to pull out a +1 arrow, and I'm going to attack. I'm going to take aim, and I'm going to attack it. So 27
And you rolling
hit.
at advantage?
Yeah, if I take aim, I can't
Yeah,
move
20,
for
27, 27 hits.
I can't move for the turn, but I get advantage.
Okay. 27 hits.
And then you'll just add 1 to this damage. Whatever it is. 22.
So 22. You let loose your arrow, and you just catches it like right into the chest, and you just see that drip of black goo starts coming out of it. Valen, I'm sorry. Is that the end of your turn?
That's my action.
Okay,
Bonus
okay.
action. I have no movement.
All right,
Okay.
Valen, you're up.
I will attack him with my longbow.
Yeah, 'cause you have like 120 something on your longbow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty. Oh fuck yes.
Damn, Terry!
That's
Oh,
like
my
the
word.
one tonight.
This kid out here is being like, look, I'm not in danger. I'm gonna fucking kill everything.
Why are you protecting me
Okay.
so much?
Yeah.
Why
Oh,
tank?
damsel.
I can
Uh,
put me back on the front line.
so A plus.
Please no.
crit. So
Yes.
9 damage to him. And then wait,
Do it again.
if I move, it will also count as an action, right?
No.
No,
your
you're
movement
moving.
is
Oh,
separate
okay.
than.
Okay,
Your
movement
movement's your
separate.
movement.
Okay, and then try and hit again. Oh, so it
Oh.
doesn't hit. See,
Your
that
hits been
balances
taken
out. That
away.
balances out. Okay,
Balances out.
it's
Wow,
fine. Then with that,
a
I will
natural
move.
20 and a nat 1. Amazing.
See,
There's numbers in between, Terry. There's numbers in between.
I know, I know. All right, so I'm gonna move closer to Astrid. Just
That number in between would have been a 10 and you would have got a 19.
and I'll move to her location. All right, and I will rest my. Hey, hold up. I can apply the healing word to her because right
Yeah, you still
now,
have a bonus action.
yes, sir.
Gee.
Oh my gosh.
That's 8 to you, Astrid. Let's go.
Woo!
Woo-hoo! All right, rest my turn.
5 more hits now. Yeah, that's what I didn't want it to do. You sure he's
And-
not real?
Is he running?
Are you sure he's not super pissed at me and wants to jump down?
Wait, wouldn't Darkin get an opportunity to attack?
No, I used
I
the
haven't
range
I
weapon.
haven't gone outside of his range yet.
I also use the range
Uh,
weapon. I can't attack with an opportunity attack.
Oh, okay.
27.
Hit.
So that's the
I'm going
construct.
to
Block it.
no, I can't block it, but I can uncanny dodge. So I'll half the damage.
But this is okay, so half the damage, but I still have you grappled.
Okay.
So it would have been 21, so we'll call that 10
Okay.
damage, and you are grappled. The second one, does a 17 hit?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so then the second one would be
Is this
6.
Hold on. Is he restrained? Is this the grapple and restrained?
So the first one is called constrict, because he's a snake. So it's bludgeoning and grappling.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
the
but
second
If
attack
it makes
is
me
a bite.
restrained, then you have advantage.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Oh, well, you.
So if you
okay.
restrain him, you have advantage while attacking him.
All right. Well, okay. Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate that. 6 piercing with 6 poison.
I
Or the second
resist
attack.
poison, so 3 poison.
Okay.
And then 6, so 9
9.
total.
Yeah.
So 10 plus 9 total so far.
Yeah, I already did the 10. So
Okay, that would be the end of my turn.
Is it now my turn then?
This would be Belmar's turn.
Okay. I would assume that since the ledge is 20 feet high, I would not have visual on the snake at where I currently am.
Yeah.
tall.
Knowing this and you tell me, does it require an action or anything for me to pull out the broom to get on it and just raise myself 20 feet up? Like, that would require part of my movement, and that's fine, but I'm wondering, does it require part of my action to do that? Or would I still be able to do that and then take an attack from just hovering 20
Because that
feet
was
in
the
air?
debate, right? Pulling your broom out, is that an action?
That is what I'm asking, yes.
Yeah.
A bonus
And you let
action,
me
maybe.
know.
I would say a bonus action.
I'm cool with that.
I would say a
I was-
bonus action and part of your movement.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna take 20 feet of my movement for that.
Right.
for
But I'm
sure.
just saying, I think if we set this for canon, the thing
Okay.
is bonus action, and then
Half
I would
movement.
say a third of your movement.
Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm gonna write that into my notes and bold it so that I have it. For
Yeah.
later.
We'll come around to it, and I'll regret saying all of it later.
So I'll do that. I will then. So if it's a third of my movement, I can still get 20 feet up because I have a 30-foot movement, and the broom has a 50-foot movement. So, I would just make it the 20 feet and then I'll pull out the dragonbone longbow, because I did see the snake, slither off, and I'll take an attack. Sharpshooter, because I haven't done it in forever, and we're gonna chance it. And we need the good old Val plus 12 to hit, minus 5, and still rolls like a 2.
Yep.
That seems about right. Does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Well,
So close to not hitting, but a 16 does
Well,
hit.
he gets a fuck ton of damage. He gets a 22
Oh
damage.
my god. 22?
Yeah, we forgot what Sharpshooter does. And then
been
I'm gonna do it again. Because I just know I have to roll above a 6 and I can hit it. But the real question is, can I?
Can you roll above a 6? Why would you say that out loud?
Can I roll above a 6? I don't even have to roll above a 10. I just have to roll above a 6 to hit my enemy.
My
He just cursed his digital
3?
dice.
Okay,
Here,
Emily's calling a 3.
Don't
Alright.
forget, you still have inspiration.
Oh shit.
He does have
Shut up, Terry.
inspiration. Oh, that 5 was so close! That 5 was so close!
David, go David.
We were all laughing in the...
The dice was like, oh, you're gonna make me just hit him anyways. Fuck it, I'll give you an 18 instead.
God
Alright.
damn. The dice would have done it if you didn't.
And a 24.
God damn it.
Damn, man.
As
He
you
just hit a
rise up,
46 out of that one.
as you rise up on your broom, you see this monstrosity with
Yeah.
your brother wrapped in the coils of its tail as it's charging away from you. You launch one bow, and it just gets his shoulder. You just see part of it just kind of like slump and collapse. You lace up another arrow. You let loose. Let's hear it.
For the second one, you see Val's, the eye. Part of the reason that he's able to use sharpshooters through some of the augmentation that happened to him in his past, and the eye flares up, and he is honing in and focusing in on his target, and part of that energy just ever so slightly like coalesces on his fingertips and like goes and like spreads along the bowstring and then down the arrow, and then he lets it loose and it comes through and hits the Yuan-Ti in the back of the base of the skull where it meets the neck of the spinal bone, and then comes out the like front of the snout.
Collapses. The tail starts to loosen up as the life bleeds out of this giant abomination.
I shiver it off. Get off me, get off me, get off me. Stay. Fuck. I kick it.
The three of you standing inside of this pit, the chaos of it has ended, but you hear slitherings in corners and stuff, but seems as though that the danger has subsided. You look over to where the lizard folk had been, and almost nothing but skeletal remains
Jeez,
Or
those
left.
things surely were hungry.
I'm going to investigate the big one. It's all wrapped around me. But I'm kind of investigating it with Talon too, so I'm kind of like
poking
making
it.
sure it's dead, but the way I would probably treat a real snake, whether it's alive or dead.
Poke it with the stick a million times.
Val's gonna do something similar. He's gonna investigate the Yuan-Ti that were slain in the area that he's next to. But I'm going to cautiously move my echo within 30 feet of me, but I'm going to keep it behind me and next to the rest of my group as I do this investigation.
May I listen or do perception to see if I hear Because we caused a lot of noise. There was a literal explosion. Can I
I
listen
didn't
to
cast
see if
Thunderwave.
anything's...
I was thinking about it.
If you guys all want to cast investigations, I think that'll work. Like,
Okay.
Val's pretty low. DW, you're looking over the body. You're not impressed with any of the armor or things like these are beasts that live in this area who have clearly made their tools and their weaponry of the things that they found apart. Whereas the leather work is pretty decent for these types of creatures. It's not the type of craft that you would care too much for.
Is it
Astrid,
look like something I could sell? Like if I can easily take it off and sell, or not worth the hassle?
nah, I don't think it'd be worth the hassle. Like
Okay.
it's big, so you might be able to sell it because just the oddity of it, being like this giant, like maybe like a sleeve or something like that made of leather
How
belonging
big
to a
is the
Yanti.
Yanti head?
That you may want to take if you can have room
What
for
about, as a question though, like looking at the artwork about that scimitar?
it.
I'm
Very
assuming it's
crude.
oversized for us, but like,
Yeah, it's massive. It's massive. It's got rust. It's not a very fine edge.
Okay. I'm gonna ask.
Astrid, real briefly though, you do in the corner of your eye, you had seen something before it disappeared.
Like movement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This down here, it's the same like ladder situation.
20-foot ladder. Yep.
Okay. Um, I'm gonna roll. I'm
What?
gonna stealth
Why?
down this way.
Alex, you and your hair fetish. Stop doing that.
You don't. Monsters like this are worth a lot of money in this world.
He's got a
What?
money fetish.
That's true.
Literally collecting the parts of these things are worth a lot of money.
They're not dragon.
It's very odd and rare. Why would you not want to try to collect it and sell it?
I'm just saying. A minute ago, you were so afraid of snakes, and
I
now...
am very afraid of snakes. Now I'm asking my brother to do the harvesting deed, and I'll stand over here and watch away.
Got it. Okay.
Also, if its head's off, I feel very safe that it's dead.
Unless it's like a copperhead.
Okay. What? Wait,
Oh,
what?
what?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
No. You can't leave me hanging on that.
Copperheads, you can still get poisoned by them after you cut the head off.
But they're not
You gotta
alive.
cut the head off and no, but you can still it can still bite.
Like,
Like you'd cut the head off and bury the head if you ever kill a copperhead.
when you say it can bite, like its jaw muscles still can like bite, or like you
the
can
sacks,
like poke.
the sacks and the venom can probably release.
Well,
Just like
yeah,
a chicken
yeah,
runs around without a.
Yeah. You
I
can
hate snakes.
A lot of my sisters.
If I set it on fire, will that be
Everybody else is
sufficient?
terrified. Terry is hungry. That's
All
what,
right.
that's the worst part of all this.
So
Oh,
Astrid
I finished eating.
said that she is
So
walking
yes,
and
go ahead.
stealthing over to the ladder.
Okay.
I'm casting a message to my brother because that's all I know.
I'm just gonna, because I saw movement.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna walk over there as quietly as I can and kind of go up the ladder and just kind of stick like
Not that far. Not that far. She's peeking.
just peeking over the
She's
edge
peeking over the edge.
to see if I can see anything like on the ladder peeking over. I guess I roll another investigation to see if I see anything again. I caught movement, but do I see anything like running down the hallway or anything?
No.
Okay.
I'll hear the message from my brother. Not finding anything over in my area. I'll stand up and look around. I'll see Astrid and all of them over there, and I'll just respond to my brother and say, "Yeah, sure. Let's just get everyone together, and then we can
It might
work
take,
on that."
and then I'll cast a message back and say it might take everybody to push this. Once we're done with the body, remove the body over the edge to push it as a group because
And
it's a
then
large monstrosity.
I will
Instead of
then
leaving it in the
walk
hallway.
over towards Astrid and Valen and just inform them of the current plan of we want to remove the head of the Yonti and then at least push the bodies back into this pit room so that they are hidden.
Okay.
And I'll let them know that.
Move back this way.
And we'll move back. Theoretically, we'll all move back together.
As you
over
guys
here.
shove these bodies back into this pit, you do see a little bit more action from the hatchlings, as they seem to battle and devour each other in order to kind of dominate this space.
All right, well. If you guys work on that real quick, I'm going to cast alarm in this corridor.
Okay.
It'll take
I
me
mean-
11 minutes, but I assume it's gonna take that long for Val to
Yeah,
do
if I
his
have to
thing
make a
anyways.
harvesting roll, it'll take me some time in game to actually cut off the head, and then theoretically, I think I would store it in
Like a bag
Valen's
of
bag.
holding.
Actually,
The bag of freezing,
yeah.
the cooler of holding.
The Yeti.
So if that is required, do you want a survival check or a different check?
No, we'll do survival.
Okay.
You want help?
I'm putting.
I'll always take help.
What?
Do you mind?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
do survival. Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if Astrid assist?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Roll at advantage. The way you approach. Oh, what was the 20?
So I have my harvester's kit.
Yeah, you actually
utilize all that.
you could take this at you kind of can vary the level of which you want this thing to be. You can just like sever it as crudely as you want, and then try to
I will
But with the 20, you can crank up your level of expertise and time.
yeah, so with that I'll take the main dagger of the hunting kit, the harvesting knife, and I'll sever the muscles, the tissue, and the tendons around the neck, and then I'll take out the bone saw and then sever the spinal column down at the base of the neck. So I'll use the puncture wound that my arrow made to kind of start all that process, and then I'll ask Astrid for some help with a firebolt or so, and to ask to help to cauterize the end of it so that it doesn't start dripping everywhere, and then I'll put it in the bag of coaling.
I can do that.
You kind of cut it like towards the shoulder, taking a majority of the neck with it, and as you cauterize it, you have this perfectly maintained skull, head, and neck of it that would look like you could easily just plop it on a mantle later in life. You kind of approach it with a surgeon's precision.
And I'll say, "Hey Valen, can I just pop this in your bag?"
Go ahead.
Viva, can you in the squares right here? I'm kind of dancing between. Can you
Uh-huh.
put a cube right here? I would have cast alarm in this hallway um in this intersection. Yep. Just because this is where we're hanging out. Perfect. So I know I'm gonna do a mental alarm. So for 8 hours, if anything that's not us goes through this intersection, I will get a mental ping. And then I'll go back to the group once I'm done.
There's been over the last 11 minutes or so. Sorry, that's a little too specific. Over the last 10 minutes or so, there's been a quiet to the corridors. You hear more of the dripping. You now almost notice the absence of commotion. Um, it's the juxtaposition for when you first came in, and you were trying to be stealthy. Maybe you guys were hearing things, and it seemed louder in this space. Then now it's deadly quiet.
Are we gonna push the rest of the body over the ledge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming
We're just going to try to minimize the amount of bodies left on this level so that it's just less obvious that there was a fight. Hopefully no one just casually walks through the random corridor. I don't know.
Yeah.
If there's lizard folks on patrol, they might not go down this corridor unless they're planning on being eaten. I don't know what the...
As we are working on all of this, and as I was working with Astrid, I'll notice that she is still bleeding profusely from her battle, and
Snake bite.
I'll offer a potion of healing. If I am
Well,
doing
how's everyone
well,
doing on everything else?
If you need this, okay, I'll give her one of my potions of healing. I'll just go roll for it and remove it. 6.
Womp womp womp.
It's just a regular potion of healing. Deal.
If I can, I still have like level 3, level 4 healing spells.
Yeah, I would hold on to those. Unless
Yeah,
we're planning
hold
on...
on to
I
it.
mean... Like, we still need to save a level 3 spell for our dome if we ever need to rest. Which, I mean... How close to being tapped are you, Astrid?
You did all that without using spell slots.
I used one spell slot.
For what?
Misty Step.
Oh, right.
I mean, I have 1 3rd level and 2 1st level.
And what's your HP at? How are you feeling?
25. Not great.
Less than half.
Less than half.
Yeah. I mean, if we find another one of those things, it could take you on one hit.
Let me look at my inventory. Hold on. I have a greater potion of healing I can use.
I mean, we made it further down here.
Once we decide if we're gonna take a rest or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it yet,
Right.
but
I think we were gonna take a rest.
Well, that's part of the question now. Is do we take a short rest here? No, you're out of hit dice, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm out of hit dice.
if we
You still have Terry's
I have 4 HP.
you
the
should use
snack.
that
the
first.
snack.
Yeah.
I mean, it just adds a temp HP of 4.
Oh, I've got the temp HP of 4 is gone.
No. This snack, doesn't that also give you temp HP?
No.
It's
You already
just
used
another
that. That was
roll.
the
Okay.
first thing that was the 4 HP. That was the 4
Okay.
HP.
Then the snack is the other thing.
Okay.
Is the snack also 4, or is it a different
No,
number, Terry?
He said it was 4.
Wasn't it's supposed to be 4, right?
Yeah, there's only one thing that gives us temp HP, David.
Yeah, but there was 2 things that Terry gave us from Chef.
Yeah,
He
one
made
is
the
the
meal and made us snacks.
Mm-hmm. So she's taking the snacks right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're saying that was also 4. Like
I
both numbers were 4, correct?
believe so. Yes.
That's cool. I'm just making sure.
Okay.
So she also added that. So she's used her snack. She used a healing potion.
Your healing
She's
potion.
yes. She used one of my healing potions. If you want, I can give you my snack. Okay.
I mean, if we all have snacks that I didn't realize we had, I thought it was just one. I thought it was just one thing of those 4 HP. So you can have mine. I don't need it right now. But
You got the berries. That was
that
that
was
Ulan?
Dragoon. Yeah, good berries.
He's only able to make those. He was the only one who picked that up, and they last for 24 hours, and then they're gone. And
Yeah,
it's been
I was
like
just-
months.
I was just
No, I'll just take this greater potion of healing.
Okay.
Well,
you think you're good,
but are
to-
we moving before you roll that? Before we use that, are we? So we're for sure gonna keep moving on here. We do have that room that we were in when we became lizard folk. Do we want to just take our? Do you want to try taking a long rest there?
I don't think a long
We have
rest
the
is
dome.
viable.
I mean,
Well, we're chasing
Valen's on
someone,
death.
right?
I mean, yeah, but if Valen goes down, he can, way
Valen was
we're-
almost full health.
Yeah,
right.
Valen's
But if
fine.
Valen, but he doesn't. He used 2 death saves. So the way we're playing it, if he goes down, he's
the
on.
death save stay.
Standard,
Right.
understandable. But
Let's move a little bit forward. Worst case, we fall back. I think that we need, before we decide to hunker down for that long, we need to know what's happening around us.
All right. Well, don't use
right
your
now we
potion
don't.
until you know which way we're going. Because
Okay.
like if we end up like resting, then you burn a greater healing
Okay.
potion too.
Yeah, that's fine.
all right, you guys are in marching orders, and then you can move freely.
All right.
All
Let's
right.
just move. We are lizard folk, but let's still try to like take
We
the
still
corners
have
like
to
we did
get rid
before.
of the body.
Yes, can we all push this thing into the pit?
Yeah, I thought
make
we
a
did
roll
that.
for that, DM?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I already described that happening. Get out of that wall.
I didn't mean to. I was trying to stand in this one and it threw me over. I didn't realize that
Okay,
this place is so like tight, like on things.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah. Oh,
I'm helping
no.
so much with this.
We're just
Ashley
doing.
just kind of looks at you as you get behind it, and you immediately like slip.
Like,
brother
Val
comes
looks
over
like
and-
he's about to like pop a blood vessel. He's trying so hard.
Can you roll for
Your feet slip
Valen?
in the blood, and you just kind of like you fall down a little bit.
He just like lays there for a second and just like lets
but
out a
between the
big
two of you,
exhale.
and then I'll roll for
I can get Terry
roll for him.
with his fucking massive +3 strength for no fucking reason.
Yeah,
That's
he
because
just
he's
picks it up on his shoulders. No, between the three of you, you guys managed to get the giant abomination to the edge, and you push it in. And
Oh, that's showing +5.
That's
as
what
the
it says.
body,
It was just a straight strength check. It's a 16. Should be +3.
I don't know why it's showing +5.
Harry's shit is bugged.
He
But
has
regardless,
the
he's very
he
strong
has
and he's good. So you're
Does
good.
he have the ogre gauntlets equipped?
Fuck no.
Then
Why
I
would he take
don't
those
know.
off? Ring of cold resistance, wand of winter.
But even the
spider
ogre
staff.
gauntlets would only
Gosh,
be
since he did all that.
the ogre gauntlets would only be a +4 anyways. I don't know how he has +5.
Anyways, irregardless, he has big strength.
He rolls.
He didn't
he
roll a
pushes wrong.
3 like me.
this giant abomination, headless abomination, falls into the pit. And within minutes, you start to see this creeping, sinewy figures kind of like start to cover up the abomination as the hatchlings again begin to feast.
All right. Well, that's gross. Let's go.
Yuck.
I'll help Val up and say, nice try.
That's the effort that counts. And he'll like hold his back or something and try and like play off that he's really tired, but he feels fine. And then he'll just take up the caboose and keep an eye out from the behind.
All right.
So?
So from here, and I'm gonna describe it from looking at the map, not from the way we would be facing. Um, to the right, we is where we came, and also there was some stairs up that went up to some room with some statues, and we also heard some people come from there.
Yeah.
Um,
Which was probably the people we just killed.
um, at least some of them, yeah. Um, so we can explore that way if we want to fuck around with some statues and try to figure out what that door does. We never finished going down this way to the left. I pinged this way. We never figured out this door, and we never went down this way and like the corridor because I peeked and there were Yanti. So, do you want to go
There are things
left or go
beyond
do
what we
statue?
could see. So there's like this hallway, this hallway over here that's parallel to the one we're in.
Yes.
Connects to the sleeping room.
Yeah.
And then there's this stuff down here which we didn't know.
Yeah.
And
So
there's
this
a
is the
door
sleeping room
right
over
next to
here.
it.
So we know that this is the lizard folk sleeping room.
Yeah.
We
Got
don't,
it.
and we know we
There's a
got cut
door
off.
right next to the corner before we could
Okay.
that goes down that we didn't look in yet either.
Yeah. So we haven't done this door. We haven't done this
I say
hallway
we go-
further.
Yes. I say we go down the way that you're currently pinging.
This way.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for
that
moving.
if we do
Okay.
that, my alarm is set behind us, so I will know if anyone comes up from behind.
Sure. It makes sense to us.
Okay. So once again, I say before we check this door, I'm gonna check this corridor again, and I'm gonna just check around the corner without, I'm gonna peek around the corner, but I'm gonna do it a little bit more like naturally because I'm a lizard folk. Viva, does that make sense?
One more time.
So I'm at this corner. I'm just gonna peek around this corner like I did last time,
Yep.
in case there's something there, because I can't see anything yet.
Yeah,
And
you already
then-
had a pretty decent stealth roll. So
yeah,
go
so
for
I'm
it.
just gonna peek real quick. I can't see anything. All right, so it looks like this hallway's clear, so we can check this room. And I see a door at the end of this hall, and it looks like it swings to the left some more. Our right, but map left.
Keeps going.
So do you guys want to try this door right here?
Is it just a door? Or does it look like
I can check it. We can check it for
a door?
traps.
You can check
I
for
mean,
trap and stuff.
we're
Yeah, I'll check
standing
it
right
for
in front
traps
of it?
and-
Does it look like a door? Does it look like the carved doors that we were in
Oh, I see what
before?
you're saying.
Um,
You're standing right on it. Why don't you investigate?
We lost Viva's camera.
His
I'll be
camera
right
was
back.
never on.
Wait, what?
Viva's camera.
Yeah, his has never been on then today.
What are you
Nope,
talking
camera's
about? We've
been
been
on.
staring at him the whole time.
I have not seen Viva today.
no.
I've had him on the whole time.
I'm sorry to
Well, it
hear
hasn't
that you
been
haven't
showing
been
in
able to see me.
Discord.
Yeah, like it's showing up as no camera. Here, give me a second.
I literally, you can see him on stream, or when
Give
you
me
were
one.
able to see him on stream. I can't do it on time, but
Oh, there he is.
It's weird. Been on this whole time. Anyways, okay. The
I was just
investigation of the door.
imagining people-
It's fairly. I turned it off because I had something in my teeth, and I wanted that on stream.
just turn around. Perfect. Looks totally normal.
No, so the door's unlocked. It is shuttered, but it isn't locked.
It's like a door. It's not
Like a
like
wooden door. There's nothing.
it's
fancy
not. There's
about it.
nothing fancy to it. It doesn't have like carvings.
Yeah,
or
and I
anything.
figured as much based on it was a single door icon in this on this map versus the double door icon, which has always been the ones that are fancy doors.
You guys have noticed that a little bit since you guys have descended into the behind the tomb of Deirdre and kind of gone further into this catacomb, that a lot a lot of the architecture and the pomp has faded into a little bit more necessity. You know, it's these
This
are
is like backstage.
yeah, you guys are
Would 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 I still be able to sense the direction of the portal from here? Because that was part of the reason why we came down this way.
it
Um,
is to your
is it continuing in the direction we've been like walking down this hallway
yeah,
still?
Do it
it's a
based on the
little bit more
map.
of this.
Don't do it based off of which way we're facing theoretically.
It's to your the left side of the screen.
Okay.
Left
And
bottom.
I'm asking that because I don't want to overstep what information you are willing to give me for that bit of for my feet.
Mm.
Okay. Um, do we want to stealthily open this door and just crack it
Sure.
real quick and just
Sure.
peek at what's inside
Sure.
before we commit?
I'll step back a little so that he has space to do that.
Yeah. It's-
Which way does it hinge open? Whichever way it hinges open, I'm just gonna crack it open just a little bit and peek inside. So this is meant to be a quick peek, and if there's anything inside, I'll close it. Okay, perfect. All right, got a little
You
bit.
look into this room, and it seems as though it's another living quarters. But compared to the living quarters of the lizard folk that you had been in, which was
Rancid,
like
nasty.
yeah, rancid and nasty. This is a little bit more organized, a little more clean for a tomb, I guess.
It look like there's like dead skin everywhere, like they shed skin.
No. Mm.
He's asking if there's
You get
been
the sense looking around that this is likely where the Yanti had stayed.
the big abomination one or the females.
The females.
Or the blue ones. Like the still
The
snake top half.
female
Okay.
ones.
Okay, female ones. I think this is where the female snake people were. Look, guys, can you guys see where I am? There's two doors.
See you.
Looks okay. There's two doors across the way, over here. One's heading east, one heading south. The room's kind of round. Looks like a living quarters. If we want to keep heading down this corridor, we can do that, or we can check out through these doors and see where they go.
I will continue to, remind that I point in the direction saying, like, I think I'm cool with checking other things out, but my portal sense is pointing me in that direction, and I'll point like down the hallway and off towards like the direction we're heading. So if you want to
Are we about to get another?
Uh-oh.
Do we feel a tremor?
Back feeling some tingly. Oh God, the
You
mic.
may have to mute him or lower his volume at least.
I'll lower his volume a little bit. All right.
All right, what were you saying?
I'm gonna go in this room and just do a quick investigation while Valen's feeling his tinglies.
Inside of the room, you see there's totems that stand in here. They seem like asps, which is the type of snake kind of rising through the floor with these open mouths.
Ugh. I don't go that far.
On the ground here, you see a little bit of food and water. You see like a basket of some fruits. And then casks of water, half drank.
We need any food or water? It looks like we got some food or water in here.
I'm still pretty full from that meal Valen made us.
Valen, do we need to restock on any supplies taken from these?
Not for now. I think I'm good.
Okay.
But do you want to take a break here? I mean, take a short rest, or do we want to move forward?
Well,
Keep
I think
going.
we're waiting until we can evaluate the space.
I think we keep going.
Okay,
All right,
I'm up for both. So
all right.
just let me know.
If we're gonna skip these 2 rooms down here, then let's head down this corridor, and then we'll just close the door behind us and leave it as it was.
Did you want to take a brief look in there? That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I think that door that goes into that chamber.
I think the depth of
Yeah,
it was
this came up
different.
and
There's
it's
a
over-
chance it
over
could
here.
be, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking down this hallway, and I know based on how deep that room was, that this hallway is longer. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
let's just keep.
Yeah,
Let's keep going that way.
Look here. All right, I'm gonna get to the corner here, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. Do you need me to roll another stealth check, Diva?
No, your stealth check continues to be your stealth check.
Just want to double check. All right, guys. It looks like there's a different pattern floor over here in a different room. Let's not cross that room yet. Do you want to check this room before we go into whatever that is? Here, come. You can turn the corner. I don't see anything.
Yeah, we can check that room.
All right, I'll check this room. But just don't cross this threshold
No.
because it looks like the floor changes.
Yeah.
I can see a
Again,
crosswalk.
you notice this is just this door does have a several locking mechanisms on it.
All right,
but- With your expertise, they're not anything you would find too difficult.
all right. I will do a thieves' tool check and roll it.
Yeah, within seconds, you're easily able to manipulate both locks, and you start to pry open the door.
Okay, I'm just gonna open up the door quickly. My head in. What do I see?
As you walk into this area, you start to see that you can move a little bit further. This room is made up of 6 cells with steel bars in front of each one. A quick glance, you see that they've all been emptied.
Guys, it looks
if
like
you
this
want
is
more information, you would have
prison?
to do. Oh,
Oh yeah, I'll do an investigation.
it doesn't seem like they've been empty for long, and likely house humanoid people as the food that is in here looks like it was probably like maybe chicken bones and things, but they quickly the food that's left here has been rotted and decayed. You see like flies coming off of everything.
Um, hey Val, can you do? I can see food over here. Can you see if we know how long this has been? These were emptied. How long since these been emptied?
Sure, I'll walk over and do a survival check to try and see if there's like I can gain a understanding of how long ago this might have been, what any other identifying markings or things of what might have been staying in here.
Also, is there a bucket?
So Val, you're complex. You're confused because the food seems like it hasn't been here that long, but the mold and the growth and like the rapid decay of it tells you otherwise. It's it's as though it has accelerated decay. Um, Liam, you do see buckets. What you find them is putrid and nasty.
I'm gonna save it my time to get another bucket later. I don't
Sorry,
feel the
what?
bond. I don't feel a bond with any of these buckets.
Hard hard pass on these buckets.
Um, may I do can I cast Divine Sense?
Um, Divine sense. Go ahead and post that again. But yes, you can.
Okay. And it's gonna be I think I'm gonna stand like right here-ish. 60 feet.
It doesn't go through walls.
Did you just disappear?
No, she's standing in the doorway. She's on top of Valen.
No,
Oh.
stand in the doorway. That way
Sorry.
I can kind of ping through
I'll
here
move Valen.
and so 60 feet and then 60 oh it doesn't reach 60 feet.
Yeah, so anything that is not behind total cover.
Oh, nobody can see. Haha, nobody can see my measurement.
I could see it, but it's not helping you at all.
Okay. So nothing pings.
If you go to
No.
to the measurement tool, can you click show to others and hide from others, or is it something else?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Show
can.
to others and hide from others. I just accidentally had it as hide from others.
Gotcha. Because I can't figure out why my drawing is just disappearing. Like they don't stay anymore.
Okay. I don't know. But okay, if nothing pings, that's all I needed to do.
All right. Well, I'm gonna
I'll
step to
move
the edge
back
of
out.
this room, and then before I move into the room, I'm gonna do an investigation check. I'm looking for traps.
I with what I can see, and my understanding that through the dragon mask I've gained a greater vision distance. Because I don't know what everybody else can see, but I assume they can't see as far as I can.
I can see to the
room.
wall.
You can see to the wall. Okay, then
Yeah.
you're good. Never mind. It looked a lot longer to me. Then.
No, it's less than 60 feet in this room.
Oh, that's not a wall. That's a platform.
Yeah.
There's another tomb.
Oh,
Maybe.
I can see. Well, if it's, I can see to this point.
Oh shit! I can see whatever the fuck those are.
As you guys are trying to peek, you hear this voice in common tongue. There's no need for any further deaths. Please come into the chamber and speak. We promise not to attack so long as you promise not to attack. You hear this voice in this guttural, and as it echoes through the chamber, the Yuan-Ti abomination in front of you lays down his scimitar
Damn.
and looks at you. From the corners of the room, these behind the statues, Yuan-Ti and Yuan-Ti Pureblood come forward. And into the center of the room steps one of the females. You have caused major harm today. Our brood, from my understanding, is not going to fare through the harsh, cold months. And our livelihood in this area is in great jeopardy. So we wish to do no more fighting and have no more deaths today. Please
I have a
speak.
question that I want to ask them if I can. I'll step forward a little and say, if your people are concerned about the upcoming winter, how have you fared in this land for so long before that, before now? What has changed?
We breed in a manner in which only the strongest survives. Our brood fights in the pit, consume one another until only the strong crawl up the ladder and join our ranks.
We have not impeded on their ability to continue to crawl up the
No,
ladder.
several hundreds of our brood have died today.
And they were not strong enough. We mean no more harm. We were stronger and we did not intend to die in that pit.
We're not
We-
concerned with your strength. We have the numbers to end this right now. But I offer a different alternative. You're looking for him, correct? And she turns and she points to this figure in the back corner. Laying, tied and restrained, in kind of a bloody hump mess, you see a dwarven figure dressed in what used to be, you assume, a red cloak. I mean, a white cloak. Now
Oh.
brown and caked in blood. He's who you've come search for, correct?
Can I make a perception check to see if he's who we think we're searching for?
Yeah, I had a
We
24.
only have a description, and so far it sounds
I
correct,
mean,
but we don't know exactly.
We
what
don't
it
know
looks like.
exactly who we're looking for. Can I just can I do a perception to see if he's an illusion or if he's the real deal
Sure.
or what?
Yeah. Of course you can.
Well, theoretically, I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
You can do whatever.
Theoretically.
Yeah, you're pretty convinced that
Yeah,
that
I'm
bloody
like, yeah,
keep
that's our
that
guy. Cool.
Does my 24 investigation tell me anything about that character or the room or whatever? I rolled that when we were walking in.
right. There's several things that catches your eyes. That some of these Yanti are bigger and more brutish than the ones you dealt with before. That there are a handful of these Yanti pureblood females that seem to be in charge here. That there is to all intents and purposes, there is a dwarven figure restrained in the corner that matches every description that you would assume Verum the White does. And in one particular corner of the room, you see just the slightest bit of light peeking through a wall.
I'll say under my breath to the group. The south
You also
west corner.
you also
there's
notice
some
that
light. I
they're
don't know
not
what's going on.
their intentions are not to harm anymore. They have they're relaxed and they don't have they're not at arms. Sorry.
Uh,
Oh.
Val, you might want to detect magic and see if you can perceive something in that corner. I'm not sure what's going on in that corner.
I will not be able to do that. Very like they're looking at us.
So this guy,
Just swish and
We,
flick.
we can swish and flick behind your back and we'll give you a distraction.
this guy, had laid down his weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. What a terrible idea. I'll lay my glaive down and take a step into the room.
Actually, you know what? I won't let my weapon down, but I will lower. I will lower both my longbows and. Well, I'll set. Yeah, I will lower my longbows and my rapier, and I also take a step in the room.
So I've left my glaive sitting in basically like right here.
Oh, okay. You've left it behind.
Yeah, and I'll have my hands kind of wherever they can see them. Um, you're telling us the truth, and that is who we've been looking for because you've assumed correct. We did come here looking for someone. You know that
Yes.
he is truly the one that has brought all of this misfortune. We simply came
He's
following him. Had he not delved into your depths,
agreed.
um,
He's came here looking for the divination pool and has brought only horror and death to those that came with him. We are merely carving out a home for ourselves here. You can take him for all we care. What we don't want is any more blood shed today.
neither gesturing to the large puncture wound on my shoulder. I'll say, nor do we.
Yes. I can't imagine I've ever run into lizard folks drenched in such amounts of my brood's blood. It is not their nature. And I assume underneath whatever magic cloaks your true identities, you're abled adventurers. And that is why I offer you this opportunity. Leave with him and never come back.
I'll I'll glance at the rest of the group.
If they bring him to us and we can take him and leave, and he is who we need, then I am fine with leaving.
Yeah.
Yep.
Peace is what they're offering, and letting us on our way with what we came for. I would I would go as well
Yeah.
and seek no
I
more
just,
trouble.
what is this?
Um so this is a much bigger chamber with giant stone serpents along the um north and south walls,
Mm-hmm.
and in the open mouths are guttering green flames. At the edge of it, you see this giant altar,
Mm-hmm.
stone altar, carved with the form of a giant open mouth cobra.
Okay. So I'm assuming that's the divination pool she referred to. Maybe. Um. I guess the only other thing, um, what about the portal?
I am looking through my notes. The voice said the Yuan-Ti have taken Verum through the portal to the north.
Well, the portal being the hidden door.
That's the reference it was referring to. You though understand there to be a different portal.
Yeah. So it said that the secret door opened. The tomb's owner seems to want us. So my notes say the tomb's owner seems to want us to take care of the rats in their domain. They appear to have been stolen from over the years, and they're tired of it. Um, I do not know how to interpret that.
I thought that was more of all
It
the
was
people that have come in and out of the dungeon and
No,
stolen the
it was
books.
definitely implied though the Yuan-Ti, wasn't it?
But it looks like down here it's all.
Yeah, because they buried through the tomb and they made another tomb of Yuan-Ti stuff. It seems like, and they've said
I
that
feel
they're
like this
trying
has
to.
been here.
Yeah, I mean, does this all look new?
Well, they said that they were trying to make this place their home.
I'll speak up to the Yuan-Ti really quick and ask. Um,
I'm just saying I don't have a problem with taking him out. I'm just saying like if we walk out of here and we didn't do what we promised, are we gonna have a
Sure.
problem on the way out?
So I'll ask the Yuan-Ti and say, do you serve the deity Deidris?
We serve no deity. Deidris. Deidris was just a wizard.
Very well. My apologies for making an assumption, but I do wish to be clear. What is your relationship to Deidris?
A relationship to that dead and long forgotten fool. So long dead. He provides a maze in which fools must make their way through here. No. He was the first to find the pool. Sure. Through his readings, we've been able to understand how to use the divination pool. Sure. But that is nothing more than a legacy. He was mortal, and that's why he died and remains in the tomb. We continue his research, but not his misguided reasons.
Okay, can I make an insight check? Mostly because I'm still partially confused and hoping my insight check will at least let me glean some extra information from the DM of which way this might go. And essentially, what I'm trying to get from them is using this information of my conversation with this Yuan-Ti and its responses of they know Deidris to be a wizard. They know Deidris found this pool first and had writings and research about it, but died. They apparently have the intelligence and capabilities of continuing this research, but they are not continuing to follow specifically Deidris's plans or his motivations, and they are using this space they are forming it for themselves, and it was not like this initially.
That's some solid insight, man.
Good. Does it? So then, with all of that, does it sound like that Deidris's request to us was actually to clear out the Yuan-Ti, or no?
So you're asking for insight on what
I'm using the
Deidris
information that
has
I
said.
have now. Yeah.
You understand that in the tomb you were being told that the purity of the tomb had been corrupted by rats and thieves. Rats generally nest and burrow, and thieves generally steal and loot.
We know that they're missing stuff from upstairs. We just haven't found it yet. And they said that they took the divination pool.
Well, I don't think, outside of the game, I don't think we'll have the ability to just sit here and discuss all these things in the moment in the game. So Val will just say, he'll sneeze. No, he won't.
Just say chew.
Um, Val will just say, thank you for taking the time to elaborate. I'll continue just to stand there and let the group decide. I believe we are of like mind to rid you of your pest, and motion over towards the dwarf.
Yes. Please take him and know that he is currently under a spell. That his soul is contained with amongst us until he leaves this tomb. I promise you that he will regain consciousness and consciousness whence he is gone from our home. And they move in a way like it's kind of like proctoring you guys to pick up Verum.
Okay. I'll go pick him up. As
No, don't. I'll go. I'll go get him.
Can you carry him?
I'll drag him. You don't need to be nice.
As you approach him and lay down next to him,
Can we throw him into my bag?
No,
You'll suffocate.
they'll die.
Oh yeah, he will die. Yeah, because yeah. Sorry, my bad. Bad
he
idea.
is as you reach down and you see this bloody and bruised body.
I'm assuming it's okay to move all the way across, right? You're not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
stop me up. Okay, I just didn't know.
No. And you rest your shoulder. He kind of stumbles awake, and his eyes are like kind of glazed over and whitish, and he's able to walk so long as he's aided in walking. Like he doesn't need to be carried, but he doesn't have much free will.
And you said there's a light on one of the walls?
Down here somewhere. Yeah, when I pass him when I'm carrying him, I'm gonna do another. Can I do another investigation check on what that light would be?
Yeah, of course you can. Upon a closer look, there's a door behind the statue. There's some kind of entrance or door behind the statue.
Okay.
As you look at it, the Yanti. So
Come on. Come on, you dwarf. Let's go.
there is an easier way to leave, but we cannot assure you where you'll end up.
We'll go out the way we came, thanks.
Do you have some teleportation device?
We'll go out the way we came. Not just taking a random teleportation through. Last time we got led anywhere, they tried to fucking feed us to the snakes.
Okay.
Through the portal.
Yeah, like would Val very much understand it? Like behind that door is the portal.
When I passed the group, like, if you guys want to do something, once we get him just across this threshold, probably be the best time to do it.
What do you?
What?
What does that mean?
If we
No,
if we,
it's until we leave the dungeon.
Yeah, we have to
No,
get
no,
out
no.
of the dungeon.
right, but I'm saying like if we wanted to continue with, it's like we have to like make a decision on if we wanted to like continue our promise with Deirdre or not. Because Deirdre was obviously referring to the Yanti down here. So if we feel like we needed to clear them out, this is the time. If we don't want to do that, then we just keep on walking.
Val is very curious, at least to know where that portal goes. Not to explicitly have to go through it, but at least to know where it goes. My assumption is being this close, I still wouldn't have any inclination of what type of portal and where it goes. I'd have to get closer and investigate or ask them.
They said
so
they literally said they don't know where it goes. Like they can't guarantee where it's going to show us.
They
Well, there
couldn't
was
guarantee
no
the
confirmation
outcome.
that was what it was. Like, we never got a confirmation that that was what he was. Like, we never got you asked a question and never got confirmation on whether that was what you were sensing.
No, Vivo shook his head that
Oh, okay.
I was
Sorry,
that behind there would be where the portal is in my direction.
Yeah, and they were just
Sorry, I'm
saying
not
we have a
looking at
faster
a
way for
screen.
you to get out, but we have no guarantee of where you're going to end up. But last time we did what we were told and followed them, they tried to eat us. Went to a pit of snakes.
Val, huh? Graces goes.
Well,
I'll turn to the Yanti and say, "Do you mind if I take a look at this other avenue out before we make a decision? We are cautious creatures who do not wish to leap before looking."
The leader of the Yanti says, "Of course, come with me." She leads you over.
I'll say to the rest of the group, I'll be right back.
deal.
We felt like this.
You sure?
I moved the dwarf to like the other side, over here.
I'll linger in this general
She
area.
kind of starts leading you down this stairway.
Is your before we move off and before I leave at whispering range of Astrid.
Late.
Okay. So we go down.
No, you can. I was just fucking with you.
Oh, I was gonna say, does your telepathic thing? You have to make the connection while in vision.
Yeah.
Does it have to stay within vision to work?
Let me check. I don't think so.
There is a range because you had a limit with Dalen.
Yeah. 90 feet.
And it does not require line of sight the entire time.
To any creature you can see within 90 feet, you don't need to share a language. Yeah, it has to be sight.
Okay, so it wouldn't matter anyways because I am going to break line of sight.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna worry about it. So I would have just said no, I'll be okay, and I have messaged and I know where my group is.
I'm gonna spread the party too thin.
And she leads you through this stairways. You
I'm gonna try and
quickly
stay earshot of the
kind
the
of
stairway.
climb up the staircase to a point where there's an open cave. There's two paths when you get to the top of the staircase into this open cave. And she says, that path's how we get in and out of here without having to deal with the traps laid by Deidris. Gives us the ability to enter and exit this. The other path, that, well, I'll show you. And she takes you to this stone gate. Standing in kind of this open room carved by nature in the hundreds and hundreds of years that have been before. But in the middle of it, you see a familiar sight. 3 stones stacked like a doorway.
It's that same damn symbol, doesn't it?
And as you approach closer, you see a symbol.
Mm.
This one reminds you of the carvings of some of the doors and stuff that you've come across here in this tomb.
So like is it either like the sun insignia or like the serpents? I would probably assume the sun since it was
Yeah, this would
that
be
was
the
the part
sun.
that was set up before. Okay.
Similar to the mosaic room, you see something a crude scrawling of a sun figure, and as you get close enough to look at it,
Starts
the
to
door
change
begins to hum, and this veil between the framing, this like silken black veil, begins to apparate and present itself in front of you.
Do I get the same feeling of that? Like,
You know exactly what this is.
okay. So my intuition leads me to believe that this is another one of those the wormhole portals that can get us to the hub area, and then we could theoretically get to other places. However, I do remember that the one for Waterdeep is now no longer active. So even if I feel confident that we could get in there, I know that there's something on the other side that we would have to deal with. But we would be going as a group this time.
Which is we're
We
still
wouldn't be able
not
to get
full strength.
I understand.
I think he's just talking it out.
We'd also be
Even if we
leaving the
get
ship
in there,
behind.
we deal with that. We can still radio the ship. We left them a sending stone for a reason. And we left them out of harm's way, and they would just have to return to Waterdeep. We wouldn't be able to get back to Waterdeep immediately because that one is broken. But I do know a symbol, or one of these at least, was underneath in Luskin, but I don't know where the others lead. And because I do not have enough information, I'm too cautious to suggest this current. But I'll step away from the portal, turn to the auntie and say, well, I have some experience with where I think this may lead, but it may not be where I need to go currently. Thank you for letting me know about this. Could we not use the other path to
Want an insight checker?
It's almost wished that you would take the other path and be gone from this place immediately.
The one, so that's the one that doesn't have the traps. That would okay. So they would rather us take that than walk all the way back through the whole thing, and not through the portal. Um,
Yeah,
I'll
can we double check that she's not lying?
think. Sure, I'll make an insight check.
You, from everything you gathered, the genuine ask of her that she wants to preserve the future of her brood and continue their occupation of this tomb. That she's not. She doesn't seem like she's willing to betray you. Although she's confident that she could beat you all in a fight with her numbers. This seems truthful. If you just leave and get out of here.
I'll thank her and say I'll need to inform the rest of my party so that we can make our decision and be on our way. And start walking back towards everybody. I'm just gonna move over here if I'm allowed to. Let me know if I'm.
Yeah, no,
I'm
go
able to.
for it. You guys need to.
No, I'll follow.
You walk back into the main chamber. Go for it.
While
So
they've been
I'll-
waiting here, I've been checking this dwarf over to see if he matches the description of who we've been looking for, and I've been checking his bindings and adding additional bindings of like the ones we practiced. So his hands would be
Do you have the mask?
extra.
He was chasing somebody who theoretically had stolen the mask.
Got it.
Right.
At least that's what we were led to believe. We do not know for certain
Right.
one way or
I'll
another.
check his belongings and stuff too. So I'll do both. I'll do an investigation to check his belongings and then sleight of hand to bind him.
Okay. You do find some baubles on him. Some
Oof.
um.
I'm gonna burn one
Go
of
ahead.
my.
No, just go ahead and write. Do that at advantage because he's like oblivious to you right now.
Oh yeah, thank God.
You find
Just
a a pouch full of like about like 600 gold, like two platinum pieces, um, and then about like 70 silver.
You could take his components pouch.
Oh yeah, I'll take that.
He does have a fully decked out components pouch.
Take that away from him.
That'll make it at least a little bit harder.
In
for him
fact,
to
does he have a
cast
spell book on him? Because I'll take that away from him too. I know a wizard usually has a spell book. Take that away.
Um,
If he has it, I'm not sure if he does.
you cannot find a spell book on him.
Okay.
You do see he does have a potion on him.
Yoink.
The 30, he's not going to be able to hide shit. Like, Liam is checking every crevice on this guy.
Oh yeah, this is a deep body cavity search.
You check his prison wallet?
Yes,
I'm checking his prison
you
wallet.
do-
I'm checking his beard.
Oh.
Yeah, you do find a polyp on his inner small intestines.
Oh.
But,
we said 600 gold pieces.
Plat.
Components. How much would you say plat?
2.
2 plat. Okay.
I think it was 70 silver.
70 silver.
I'm saying you get all of this. I don't really care. I'm just writing
I'll
it in
throw
my
it in.
notes.
We can just add it later. And then a potion. Does it look like a
That's
health
it.
potion, or does it look like some different kind of potion?
Doesn't look like a health potion.
I'm gonna put down some potion. We'll determine later.
Oh,
As you guys
Before
are
we leave
searching
off-
them, though, you see the
go ahead. Sorry.
you see that the Yanti are getting a little bit apprehensive of you all just like standing in the middle of this courtyard.
I mean, we're waiting for him to
He's back.
return.
Mhm.
No, Alex was saying that he was doing all of this while I
Right,
was
but I think
down there.
that remains true. That they're all
Yeah.
apprehensive of you all.
100%.
Fair enough.
I'm just waiting to be told that Alex is done with his stuff.
Yeah, I was just trying to maximize the time so we
That
didn't
is-
do
that
it
is
like
the end of it.
afterwards. So okay.
Right.
I will come back and say to the group, it looks like the Yuan-Ti are offering a passage out that circumvents the traps and other various pieces of the maze set forth by the mage, the wizard. That is one of the paths down that hallway. The other one, more interestingly, I believe, leads to that grove of portals that Trinity encountered.
Do we know about that?
Yes.
Yes, I've told you guys everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Crazy, I haven't hidden shit from anyone.
So if we want to return back here, we can.
Yes,
Theoretically, yeah.
theoretically.
I say that under my breath.
Yeah. However, as I told you guys before, and as Astrid has shown with that minor illusion that one time, there was a creature guarding that other side of that grove. And we currently, as far as I'm aware, do not have a direct path back to Waterdeep because of that, because that one got destroyed.
No, that's
As
fine.
you
We don't
guys-
know where the other ones lead, so
Do you trust the Yanti that was
I
leading you
trust
there?
well enough that they want us out of here, and they do not want us to spill any more blood.
So the place we're going is not a trap.
From what I can tell. And from assuming the DM really just wants us to move forward.
Okay. I have one of the sending stones. I have one terrible get out of jail free card. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
if I go first and it's really a trap, I can possibly get out of it.
I mean, I can walk forward with my meat shield and the ability to just jump back to an echo.
It's more than that. Like, what if you're just like ported to like a tomb or whatever, right? Like, there's.
And
I have a
how
way
do
to
you
get out of
that.
I got one more dimension door. If I have
Okay.
to burn it.
Okay.
So
I believe us standing here and talking for a long time is
well, we're
aggravating
killing
the
time while
Yuan-Ti.
Diva's stepped away.
Yeah.
So if I go through, I mean, whoever wants to go, I think someone goes in first and then says it's safe. But I mean, I have one more dimension door
Sure.
Yeah.
and not
okay.
meat shield it.
So we have 2 votes to just go down and go through the
exit.
exit,
The back
not
exit.
the portal, but the other way.
We're
Two
still
votes for
discussing
that.
it.
I mean,
trying
I'm
to
fine.
have a
I'm
discussion.
fine
Two
with
votes.
going through
I'm
the
just-
portal.
just giving
I'm
shit.
fine
I'm
with
just-
going through the portal if because you rolled. You
We're
said
not
you
going
trust
through
Oh,
the
them.
yeah, no.
No,
Portal
that is
an
not.
idea.
Yeah, that. Val
No, they
says
said-
that is not a good idea.
Wait, I thought you said the portal was safe.
No, there.
No.
No,
There's a
you
thing
said it was 2
guarding-
portals. 2
No.
portals.
No. There's an exit
stairwell.
and there's a
hub.
portal.
Oh, I wrote down 2 portals.
Damn, he does not listen.
No,
I
there's a
wrote down
portal.
a bunch of notes, and I thought they were both portals.
Sorry,
Like,
sorry.
there's one-
So once you get
There's
to the
like
top of
a
the staircase, there's a
exit.
branching thing. One is an exit. One is a portal.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we'll
I
just
said
take
we
the
should go
exit.
towards the exit that circumvents all of the traps and not go through the portal because like there's a lot of
There's some bad.
All right. Well, my whole thing is like I was thinking there was 2 portals, so like one of us would go through the portal, the safe portal, right?
Oh, if you
That's
were
why I
gonna
was
say
giving you that
Silas would go through a
explanation.
portal, there's no way
Okay,
in hell
we're
you
moving
would be
on.
going before Val.
You couldn't. Well, you can't dimension door back through a portal anyway.
No, but I was thinking it was a dimension door. I thought it was a portal on this plane, like not like a intermediate one. It was like a portal to portal, like we've done before. And if it's just a portal to a trap room, then I have a better chance of getting out of it than, most people do. And so that's why I was thinking of doing it, because I can use one more dimension door. Because I get 500 feet. I can just say, this is the way up. Just get me 500 feet in that direction. Shunt me that way.
Oh.
That's why I was saying, just get me the fuck out of here, and I could do it.
Okay. No.
But it doesn't matter.
We're-
it's a
we're
moot
taking-
point.
we're
Let's
taking-
take the safe way. Let's take the safe
Yeah.
way.
Okay,
Yeah.
you guys move through the chamber.
Valen, before we speak for Valen, I would like to confirm with him. Valen, are you cool with this plan? We go this way
Out
through
the exit.
not the exit.
I'm good.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure we don't talk over you or anything.
No problem.
Yeah, good call, David. So you guys move through this
got my
chamber. grab your
Yeah,
weapon,
I'm gonna grab
and-
my weapon.
and a couple of the Yanti kind of help escort you up and out. As you reach the top of the stairs, you get into this big cavernous area again, and they lead you down past the portal, down the branching way and they explain that it's going to climb for a while, and then you're going to come out south of the cliff face. And as you guys continue on this path, with Verum kind of just like mindlessly shuffling behind you, the further and further you get away from the tomb,
Oh, I gagged him, by the way, too. He's gagged.
the more and more like you see that kind of cloudiness comes out of his eyes, and he starts to look around, and he like he's coming, like he's awakening from something.
As soon as we start seeing that, what I'm going to do is what I really want to do, actually, can we see 3PO him, David?
I was thinking about that, but I don't want to put him on the. I don't want to put him on the broom.
Yeah, I was thinking on the broom.
I don't want to put him on the broom because the broom, unfortunately, there is no stipulation for the broom to say that whoever is on it does not get to control it. And if he's just tied to it, he could probably still control it. I would rather just get a stick. I don't want to put him on the broom.
Okay.
I was there with you. I was thinking about tying him to it, and I was like, "This is a bad idea."
Yeah, like fucking like do this, blind him, and fucking.
I
Okay.
think that's a good plan, and I promise I won't do what you just think that might happen.
Sorry, Val has this exact
he would
same
be
thought and
he would
still-
be gagged,
still
blind,
understand that he's
and
not gonna do
like
that.
and just tied up and like lead. Fuck, this is
But
where I
feel
would
free to
want.
use this in the future if we ever slip up.
The other option would be, well, you could be on it and fly half speed. We're not in a rush at this point, right?
Yes, that is what you need.
So how about you get on it, fly half speed, we bind him, blind him, and so like he can't see. We take we cover up his eyes, we gag him. He's bound on like multiple levels using the tying methodology in addition to what they did, so he can't do anything. He has none of his components, so he can't say anything. He can't move his hands. He can't see where he's at, and he's coming out of the grogginess. So at this point, so we're not really worried about him stumbling on stuff, and even though we're going like half speed because that's or half of the flying. I mean, it's only 25 feet at half speed, right? A little slower than walking speed for all of us, right, David? It's
Yeah.
half speed if you're driving with two
no,
people.
it'd be
So
25 feet.
yeah, we're going a little slower than we normally go. We just progress forward with.
Here's a question, and it's completely arbitrary, and you let me know. Viva, how much does this dwarf weigh?
Oh, jeez.
Music was crazy.
Dramatic.
He's a dwarf wizard.
Alex, you shut up. This is all on Viva.
I'll give him an idea of where to find it though.
Yeah, he weighs like something like between 80 and 90 pounds.
Okay, we're good. I was just wondering because like if me and him sitting on the broom together exceeds 400 pounds, it can't fly us.
I mean,
I just wanted to make sure. And if you came up with an arbitrary number that added to the weight that I know my character weighs around, and it was over 400 pounds, I was gonna say something.
Average weight is 150.
150. Okay.
Page 20 on the DM or the player's handbook.
There you go. 150. Sorry, bud.
Cool with that. Still works. Just wanted to make sure.
He's a wizard, so he's not wearing plate mail or anything.
And do a word.
Like
Can
three-fourths
I
of the
say
page,
that
weight down the page.
Can I say that while I was down there? No, I said I backed away from the stone door. As we're walking out, just along the way, I'll pull out a scrap of parchment and sketch out the symbol that I saw on the door and make note of it. Um, and I've told everybody, but I'll show it to Astrid as well and say we'll need to show this to Ramilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Can I
actually bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
They're stonky.
stocky? Donkey?
Stonky?
Remember in
I
your
don't know.
favorite
They're
walking
stocky.
simulator, they said, "How far can you throw me?" In the Two Towers,
Yeah.
He's
he
talking
throws
about Lord of the
Gimli.
Rings.
There was a one
Weird.
tower.
In Two Towers, he throws Gimli.
Yeah.
Just move on. Just move on. Just move on. Just move on, please.
Never throw a dwarf.
I can't jump that far. You have to toss me. Don't let the elf know.
Don't let the elf know. It's such a great scene.
um,
I love those movies.
I loved all three of those movies.
Oof.
Wow,
love
you said that with
one of-
some.
I love- I love one of those movies.
What?
The third one. Clearly the best.
well,
The
yeah.
third Hobbit's what you're like leading up to, isn't it? I could see it in your eyes.
So you guys, I don't know. We could just take a break. We'll take a break right here.
Okay.
Hold that. We'll be back.
Yeah, if we can find a spot where it can land. I think that's a great. That'll cut off time.
Okay.
Sure.
So, you guys, okay. Well, welcome back. We're coming back, and M&A has now had led themselves out into the open air, no longer underground or within this cave system. On the cliff face of the Snake Mountains. What are they fucking called?
Serpent Hills.
You're the
Snake
DM.
Mountain.
Yeah, Serpent.
It's
Is
whatever
anybody
you
else
want
paying
it to be called.
also known
Whatever
as the Snake
test.
Mountains. You guys make it back into the open air. Where Varum continues to regain some of his consciousness. You all are now freed of the tomb. What is our next play?
The prey.
Do we hear any angry trolls?
You do not. So you're not necessarily here on the map. I just wanted to put you somewhere.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. So what's the size? Because they're not gonna know where we are if we say come get us. Right.
Well,
No, we're saying we should walk a little ways away, find a clear landing space, and we can do like put up a fire with like a smoke signal and be like, hey, just come land here.
I understand. I'm trying to think, but you still have to give them a direction. So like,
well,
I'm trying to reset. How much information did we know before we came in here? Did we know where this location relatively was? Yes or no?
You know, you're along the cliff face. You're now on the open side of the cliff face, and that the town is somewhere to your west.
Okay.
But you're not like you haven't circled back around to the entrance. You're in unfamiliar land.
Okay. If we can do what you said to be ultimately safe, we go when we find the clearing. Valen can get us a dome. We can just be in the dome while we wait
It's
for.
a hut, not a dome. It's a
My
hut.
bad, Valen. Your hut. So we can set the fire outside the hut, and we can be inside the hut. So we can send the signal, and then wait for it. We just need to find that clearing. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So in case we do get run up on, we're still safe. We don't have anything. We're not going anywhere.
Tell me what you're doing.
All right.
Did we pass any viable locations on the way up?
That matters to me.
You're now getting to the more open plains of these hills, and you're starting to see that like the tree lines kind of as the land kind of like rolls, you see like a tree line above, and then in these kind of half valleys are open tall grass areas.
that should work.
And that's kind of like a continued pattern of this area.
Why don't we just clear one of those grassy areas? Just like go at it Link style.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that hard. And that will give us the fodder to make the fire.
Okay.
You hear this kind of muffled muttering, and you notice that the Verum is fighting against his restraints in this.
Astra,
mouth.
do you want to do the honors? You were very excited about this part.
Oh yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll just knock him on the side of the head. Non-lethal.
He goes silent.
As I like go to like do it.
No, you hit him.
Oh, okay.
You're going to
not
hit
dead.
him.
Do I have to like
It's-
roll? I didn't know.
No.
I have to like roll.
No, he's
you don't have
fully
to roll.
restrained and incapacitated. You're going to crit.
Okay, I
You're
was just
going.
making sure.
Yeah, no. You want to roll? Go ahead and roll. If you get a natural 20, you killed him. Good
Okay,
job.
I didn't kill him.
Thank God.
You did cut him though. He's bleeding now.
Oops.
She didn't use her glaive.
No, I used the back end of the glaive. I
Right.
guess that could still technically cut.
That could still take cut him.
all
I'll
the
just say
ornateness
oops
on it.
and shrug a little bit. Oh shit, now I gotta do something with his unconscious body.
We're
No,
carrying him.
he's still. We'll put up.
He's
Valen,
a-
put up the dome.
Yeah,
And
I'll put up a hut.
Oh, we gotta get to where
sorry.
we're
Put up the
going
hut,
first.
and then you want to hang out with him in the
We have to
hut.
get to where we're going first.
I thought we
Yeah,
were here.
let's.
I thought you guys were already in the grass. The
Are we already there?
grasslands.
Are we in like what we consider?
Yeah.
the-
You guys have been
the
marching
grassy
for a little
area?
bit, so you picked
Okay,
that up.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you knocked him out. Valen can watch him put up the hut, and then the three of us will cut the grass, and then you can set it on fire.
Okay.
And I'll send a message to the sky ship when we're ready.
Sure. Do you need any? I can do. A
Oh,
survival
actually,
roll
you'll
to
send
do
it.
all
Here,
this shit.
take this. You give directions.
Yeah, I was about to say, as a navigator, you should be able to at least use a little bit of your skills to convey maybe a slightly more accurate.
Oh, and his ability to talk to um
Your navigation friend.
Lilo. That ain't it.
Lachamp?
Lilo and
Arendor.
No.
Arendor.
Arendor. You and Arendor
Yes.
are like
yeah, but
Yeah.
Lachamp has
Arendor is the navigator. So like I'm just saying he relays this information. They have a bond. So the ability between these two navigators to locate this area.
I can only send one message through the stones with 25 words is what I think is getting what people are trying to get at. So like I wouldn't be able to message Lachamp and then say give the phone to Arendor so I can talk to Arendor.
Well, you can relay
I'll give the message to
Lachamp,
Lachamp.
who can be like.
I trust her. She is a captain for a reason. That means she also has some understanding of being able to navigate. But I will relay this information through the sending stone in the 25 words or less that I have.
Yeah. Hello? Well, yeah. Go ahead and say whatever.
Wait, that was Lachamp?
No, I realize he needs to say his message first.
Um,
Probably do a survival check first to figure out if you can actually give accurate location, right?
I'm sure.
No, doesn't he have a? Doesn't his background mean that he does it, or no?
Aren't you also setting a giant fire under the grass?
Not a giant fire, a controlled fire.
Okay.
Be clear, I'm not trying to burn down the wilderness. A controlled fire that is essentially working as a smoke signal to help very clearly tell the airship where we are. And because I'm going to do that, and I'm going to roll survival to set up like a good smoke signal, hopefully.
Oh yeah, best smoke signal.
Best fucking smoke signal in the goddamn
It's in
world
cursive.
right there.
What you're doing with your fucking is coming out in like
It's
cursive
like
letters.
how they
Looks
used
like you're
to
air writing.
communicate across long distances with like the controlled smoke signals, almost like
So
code,
smoke signals.
like Morse code.
Oh, so
So
you're talking about
smoke
smoke
signals.
signals.
Listen,
That's literally what it fucking is.
I thought
Hey,
smoke signals
I think
was
those are
just like
smoke
a
signals.
smoke.
No, that's just smoke.
I thought smoke signals were just like,
Anyways.
okay, listen, I'm tired. Fucking jackhammers woke me up at like 7 a.m. Leave me out of this.
I'll send a message to the champ and say, Captain, we've recovered our package. Pickup would be preferable. Are we? What side of the? And this is me asking you. What side of the bridge are we on? Is it the northwestern or the northeastern side? All right. Northeastern across the bridge.
Yeah, 4 more words. Wait, you said 20 or 25?
25.
Okay, you have 9 more words.
Look for smoke at the meadow.
It would have been Did we say it was a half day's walk or a day and a half's walk?
It was a
Half
full
day.
day's walk.
I thought it was half
Full
a day.
day, half day ride. Full day walk.
Well, we didn't ride.
I rode down and back.
Full day.
Day's walk past the bridge. Look for the smoke signal. And that's the end.
That was exactly 25. Good work.
Thank you.
They can respond to that?
They can respond within 25 words, and they should be able to understand and gauge the like distance
Right.
of like walking to airship time.
Glad to see y'all alive. We'll be up in the air in no time, darling. Keep that fire burning. We'll be there soon. Signal goes dead. You hear no more.
I'm gonna go sit in the hut and watch our target.
Okay, there'll be at least 8 hours. I'm gonna say very easily a possible long rest here now. While you wait for this to.
If needed, Val can stay up for. He needs 4 hours of meditation to complete his rest.
Yeah, me and you got it. We just switch off.
But I would say he can stay up to make sure like to man the fire and make sure that its smoke signals and everything are proceeding accordingly.
So do you
You need to sleep.
I could do a watch. It's not hard for me to do that.
You have to sleep for all of your stuff to come back.
And
You need to sleep.
Yeah,
You
me
and Valen both have to rest.
Yeah,
Okay.
me and
I
Val
am
got it.
basically at full health, and I don't have anything that's like explicitly missing because I'm
okay.
not primarily.
And we're not gonna have to do anything. Like we'll pretty much just be like keeping the fire
So
going.
I'll
and
keep watch, and I'll make sure that the fire doesn't go out and whatnot. And that's my plan.
I'll do the second watch. So if you're gonna take first watch, David.
Sure.
Okay. Then I'll take second watch.
I'll be sitting outside of the hut for this to sit at the fire and make sure it stays supposed to.
Okay. And then I'll take a long rest because I get my long rest on 4 hours.
Do you need a perception check or anything from me, Viva?
Nope, I already rolled. You guys are gonna make it to the next 8 hours without any kind of occurrences. But there is
Woohoo!
one matter that comes up is that Verum continues to gain consciousness
Oh, poor guy.
over the next couple hours, like every 4 hours.
Listen,
So
I'm
within the
asleep.
first
Y'all
4
can
hours
do whatever
of
you
this,
want.
within the first 4 hours, he starts to kind of like squiggle and squirm. And you hear him making noises. His mouth is still kind of blocked.
I'm currently outside of the dome.
Oh, you can't hear. Does he kick me?
I mean, I'll be meditating, so like, I'm just kind of. I mean, yeah.
somebody has
So
to
I'll
do
just kind
something.
of, just like open an eye, make sure he's okay. You're doing your watch from outside the dome.
I am sitting at the fire and making sure that the ship will be able to find us easily. I can meditate out there and just take my rest there and just sit by the fire if you just want to stay in the dome with the prisoner that you need to watch over.
I mean,
So he can take first watch with his 4 hours of meditation out there. If you want to stay on point with this
Or-
guy,
You can't be on watch and
You
meditate.
can't do watch while he's on meditation.
But you guys don't
So
need to
you
both
guys
be
are
on
gonna
meditation at the
flip-flop.
same time.
Yeah.
We aren't. We're trying to swap it. What I'm saying is
That's what I'm saying. You could be outside doing the meditation, and he could be with the prisoner,
yes.
and then swap
Yeah,
later.
Well, no,
I'm
like,
just
if he
saying,
doesn't-
like, if you're
what I'm
watching the
saying
prison,
is if he wants to watch the prisoner and be on watch, he can stay inside and be on like meditation inside and watch inside, and then I'll just do my meditation and my watch from outside. I'm just
no,
not going to
that
come
doesn't work
inside
that
the
way.
thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if one of us should be watching like if you should be doing watching
goes-
prisoner
sound
and
goes
watching
through
the
the
fire. Watching the fire doesn't take a full-time job if you're on watch. Like, watch the prisoner, and then as the fire gets a little low, go out and throw some sticks on it, and come back and watch the prisoner that's bound inside the dome. You can walk in and out of the dome as you need. You don't have to stay outside and be at the fire the whole time.
Yeah, but you're talking about how you're meditating and you can keep one eye on, like he's.
Well, because I was trying to be like honestly, I can't do that. Like, I was only trying to do it for flavor text, but like I can't break my meditation for.
So then, why don't you
Well,
let
yeah,
him
out of it, though.
meditate first? I don't know.
That's what I was.
can't.
I don't care who meditates first. One of us has to do it, and the other one has to do it. I'm just saying where he's saying I'm going to be outside. So I'm like, are we saying like he wakes us up from our sleep? I'm not, or we're just going to ignore the fact that he's moving in the middle of the night. Because like someone has to watch him.
I don't think it's the middle of the night.
Our long rests. You have
PSS
disadvantage on perception checks when you're asleep. That is like almost a
Well,
guaranteed fail.
I rolled a 7, so
I'm just
it
saying,
doesn't
like,
matter.
it's not something you could like perception check. We argued this before when Wurs was trying to say that he can sense something.
Whatever. I'll just do my watch normally. I'll do a watch. He does a watch. End of
Yeah,
story.
I think you're making it work. So I think that's fine. So I mean, like, the only thing you have to determine is how you take care of him when he's moving. Do you want to knock him back out, or do you want to?
You need to determine that because he's outside, tending the fire, meditating next to the fire.
Yes.
You're inside with the prisoner. That's the debate. Who's doing what at when? Because
So
he's
he
outside,
has-
so he
If
has
I'm
no
doing
idea
the
what's happening.
meditation, if I'm doing my meditation, that's considered my
That's
rest.
the point. Is what he's saying is he's already outside meditating because the fire's going, so he's just doing that. So if you guys are going to
So-
take turns, that means that you're inside watching the prisoner. So you need to deal with the prisoner, not him.
He comes to consciousness after 4 hours, roughly. So that means his watch is over because you've had your full meditation. So he is going to meditate since you already have gotten it.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
you're
but-
taking your watch inside.
Yeah, and if the fire needs tending, I'll tend to the fire really quickly, and then I'll take care of the prisoner. But so there's no issue with the prisoner during David's watch. Is what we're saying?
Well, he said roughly 4 hours. So that's
Okay, so
full-
then
full
all right,
watch.
so fine. I will say
All I'm saying
In
is
a-
one of you has to not be meditating in order
yes.
to deal with this.
We covered. We have 4 hours before us. We're not going to be meditating at the same time.
Right.
I'm not worry about the rest then. So
So
I'm going to
who's
do
meditating first.
David, Val.
Okay, so then you deal with the prisoner
Okay.
as he continues the commotion right there next to you inside of the tiny hut.
I take my metal hand and I place it on his chest really, really firmly. And I say, "Don't worry. We are taking you home. But you need to be very, very quiet." And then I just, because it's my prosthetic hand, I slowly protrude the knife from it, just to like give him a little poke on his chest. Not enough to do anything, but just enough to like make him feel it.
Uh-huh. Can you do intimidation?
Do I have advantage?
No.
Cool.
You feel like this panic, his eyes widen. but he lays down with his mouth still stuffed, tied behind, and he just, with wide eyes, kind of lays back and draws his gaze away from you. You don't hear any more sound from him for several hours.
Then I go, don't worry, I'll help with that too. And I put the blindfold back on him.
After this long rest has passed, you start to hear just like this slow humming, kind of encroaching into this field. After several minutes of this distant humming and like kind of beating of the air, you see above the tree line peak a familiar sight as Thompetti finally breaks through the tree line and starts heading towards you. Several minutes later, it begins to descend into this plains next to you. A rope ladder drops as it hovers above the grassland, and the familiar faces of your crew peek over the railing as they greet M&A.
Okay. And I'll leave it for Val to take him up on the broom, and then the rest of us to climb up on the rope ladder.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so you guys have now made it onto um onto the airship with the fucking drawings that will never disappear.
I love it. It's gone. No, leave it. It's there for forever.
Now we got another passenger I
It's my
see.
only drawings that ever stick around. my drawings now don't work.
What's the plan with this one here?
He is to always be watched, be bound. We will
I'm
need
not a fan of cruelty, but I do. Maybe we suggest tie him here to the main mast. Keep him front and center for those of us always on deck.
Sounds like a good plan.
I mean,
We'll need to have scheduled mealtime for him just to make sure he's gets there without issue. But
no, we're not savages. We'll feed him
just be
when we eat.
careful. If we give, he can't. We're gonna be feeding him, we might need to have Val there to make sure that he still can't speak, even if he has the gag removed.
That's
Such a sad old fool. Look at him.
Look, we all know that our job on taking these guys out is that these guys can be dangerous, and we just have to assume the worst on some of these people. And if we're gonna bring him back to the council unspoiled, relatively, this is actually how we found him. Let's just make sure that we.
This is how you found him already bound and gagged.
There's okay, we added the gag. The rest of it was pretty much there. And there might be one
Maybe
more
he's
knot on
not
his head.
such a tough. Oh, these cuts here.
Well,
Them
most
are
of those
you,
cuts
huh?
were from them, but there might be one from our crew. I'm not gonna say who.
All right.
But anyways,
Well, with these headwinds, we may be able to get back to Waterdeep 8.5 days travel.
Spell magic. Does anybody have to spell magic?
third level spell. I don't have it.
I do not.
Hold on. Person.
I get your permission now
Oh.
to head back
Wait.
towards
Hold
Waters
on.
Deep.
What are we dispelling magic
Before
on?
we take off, we need to make sure that this dude is who we think he is.
Yeah.
Val does not like Val needs confirmation that this is one of the generals of the upper echelon of the Dragon Cult. He is Verum the White, and we need to confirm that this is him.
Do you have detect magic? Can you detect magic on him to see it?
I
mean,
have
I
detect
felt him
magic.
up, so like I would know if it was still an illusion.
I have detect magic.
Yeah, but like anyone can find a dwarf and put him in white robes and give him a components pouch.
All right. I mean, between me
It's a
and
Z-
Valen, we can cast Charm Person on him. Hey, Valen, what's your save
Mhm.
DC?
My
You can just put a knife to
These-
his throat, roll my 11 intimidation. And
Mine's
see what happens.
16. Is yours higher than me? You
what
probably are.
DC?
Your spell DC?
My spell DC, I think is 15, right?
Go to your spells and look.
Your spell sheet says 16.
Oh, 16.
Okay, so we have equal chance
Pretty
to.
close though.
Oh yeah, save DC 16. Yes, I saw it.
Okay, so we can both try casting Charm Person on him.
Okay.
He is going to see us as enemies, so it is going to be at disadvantage. But if he passes, then he'll see us as.
So he has advantage against
He has
the
an
save.
advantage on
Sorry,
the
it'll be.
save.
I was thinking from our perspective, it's at disadvantage to be successful, but it's advantage for him to pass. And then so if we can try that and see, and then we can unbound him, and we have a better chance at him telling us the truth.
Why not I give you a inspiration and then you will use the
It won't work
Oh,
that way.
that doesn't apply. Not to their not to their save against your spell.
But I do have luck, so
okay.
I
Well
will
then,
cast Charm Person on him.
Oh, I could cast Bane on him.
Yeah, let's stack these
wait,
up.
we're hitting the charm person or intimidation?
No, we're not hitting him.
1%.
We're gonna Bane will
No,
lower
I mean,
his. Sorry,
are we rolling for intimidation or charm person?
there's not a roll for Charm Person. We just cast it and see if he can make it, and then we're gonna try to
Okay.
ask him make sure he is who he is.
Then you
So-
cast first, then I guess.
Yeah. All right. Asher, do you want to Bane him?
Yeah, I can do that. He has to make DC 15 charisma save.
Can you put Bane into the chat?
Yep. Oh, sorry. The wrong thing.
Make sure I didn't take a second spell cast. Oh, you're good.
Yeah. And instead of doing 3, I'm just doing him. Because it's a charisma saving throw for charm person, right?
No, it's wisdom, but it doesn't
Wisdom?
matter.
Oh,
We have
wisdom
different
saving.
saves.
It just has to be a saving throw.
Yeah.
Correct.
So she is giving the best opportunity for him to fail the save against our spell
Correct.
because he will have advantage against it.
And I'm extra
Uh,
lucky right now.
As you cast Bane, he rolls his head and points his attention towards you.
I think that means it took. Maybe.
Right? I don't know.
Does she feel like she
Insight
has the
check it.
concentration? Like, is she concentrating on the
Yeah.
spell?
I feel like I would know if he resisted or not.
He winks at you.
Do you want to go again, or do you want me to
this
try
this
that?
connection that you're trying to make with him? You reach and it doesn't seem to be there.
Okay.
So it failed
Yeah, it failed.
for some reason.
Do you want to try one more time, or do you want to just go without it? I'm extra lucky. It's just gonna be a disadvantage.
I mm, I don't want to try again. Just
Okay.
go ahead.
Go ahead. All right, I'm going to cast Charm Person on him.
He rolls his head, and he looks at you, and he gives you a wink.
Did he actually save, or
This guy. He's a high level wizard.
We're gonna
I
do this
don't
the
like it.
old-fashioned way.
did he actually save, or did he? Or could I make him reroll?
Uh, if you would like to make use the luck to make him reroll, you can.
Yeah, I'll make him reroll.
Build advantage, though.
He winks at you.
So you're not making me I don't burn lucky if there's nothing to reroll. It's a mechanic.
Why? It didn't work the first time. You choose to burn a luck. It didn't work the second time.
Because luck's based on an outcome of a roll. It's
No,
not.
luck is if you want to try that again.
I know the outcome of, before I know the outcome of the roll, I can choose to make them re-roll it. It's literally
Before you know the outcome of the roll, you could choose to make him re-roll it.
right.
You
So
don't know.
I need to know. I need to know
you
what
did not know the outcome of the roll. So
So
you chose you chose to do it again.
was there a dice roll?
It
Is the
doesn't
question.
matter. It didn't work. You burned a luck. And continue to.
All right. Look, based on everything I'm feeling right now, there's a good chance this is who we think it is. Otherwise, they got the.
Pretty good. Never mind. I can't give commentary, but I like to.
Seeing
I
that,
mean,
like,
he
magic
just
is not-
shrugged off a charmed person,
Yeah,
and he
seeing
shrugged
magic's
off,
not gonna work.
and he's not
I
even
swear to God.
talking to do
Astrid
that.
just fucking whips out a
Nope.
knife, walks up to him, who is now tied to the center mast, right?
Swear.
Yeah, I believe so. What are you whipping out? What's happening?
A knife, a dagger.
Wait, what are we doing?
I'm scaring the shit out of this bitch.
Val casts protection from good and evil on Astrid.
Okay, Asher, what are you doing?
I'm gonna walk up to him
Uh-huh.
and take the thing down.
Take what thing down?
The gag. No, I'm not gonna take the gag down. I'll just say I'll put the dagger kind of up, like right in like that jaw, that soft spot in the top of the jaw. Not enough to like cut him, but enough to let him know that I would. And I'll just say, "Are you Verum?" A nod will suffice. Okay.
Insight check.
Can I insight? Oh, yeah, can
Yeah.
somebody insight?
I think we all would insight check.
Sure.
I'm shit at insight, so like.
Seconds ago, he was giving a very fairly cocky like wink to you guys as you try to use magic and spells and other things against them, and now with a dagger to his throat, you see like beads of sweat start to like trickle down and his eyes water. You very much think he's telling you the truth at this point.
So out of game, David,
Oh,
realizing that multiple spells stopped working and he kept winking at him,
you
immediately thought
flush your face.
it was the Rakshasa. And
Face.
and so he was like, and you get protection from good and evil before you go fuck with him.
Throw him off the fucking thing. I would have loved it.
Just
Toss
get
him
rid
off
of
the
it.
side of the ship.
Like,
I was like, oh shit, he is being cocky.
we forgot
and
the
it's not-
rules. We forgot the rules.
Check his
You started winking and I was like, shit.
That's a good point.
Wait,
I would have
Rakshasa
fucking
still
felt
use
it not
illusion.
work.
Yeah, but like it's hard because like I still don't believe that like Rakshasas like are so easily like identified out of their illusions. Like they are like the epitome of an illusionist, and it terrifies me.
It's not even an illusionist though. It's a hybrid between an illusion and a polymorph. So like they are almost what they embody.
Okay. Well,
Like they are shape changers in a degree, I guess is the better way to describe it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that's correct.
People start scrolling down notes again.
Yes.
He's like, yeah. Give me a second.
Tell me more
Anybody got a
ideas.
pen?
How high up are we? We might need to threaten them with being a
How
rock
funny would
shasta
it
over
be?
the
You
fucking
guys go
edge.
through this bullshit dungeon, nearly get one of your members killed, and finally find the guy.
Rakshasa.
Rakshasa. He was never there.
Anyways,
It was all a ploy. Yeah, continue. Val is just.
I'll look at Val. Does that satisfy us?
Sheepishly, he goes, "Yeah, that's good enough." And he'll Val will walk over and go without actually having like a meta conversation. Go talk to Arendor and discuss and confirm flight plans back home to Waterdeep.
Did you tell the group that you were concerned for a second that he was a Rakshasa?
Not directly in front of him, no.
No, but did you say it outside of his degree? Did you say it outside of like earshot?
I mean, yeah.
I would kind of go quietly because I make no sounds with my feet. Cast Mage Hand. Again, we have now put the blindfold back on him, and I try to poke him with Mage Hand.
He gets poked.
Does he get poked?
Yes.
I give him a slap with Mage Hand and just across the face and then move on. Just checking.
Since we've got him quaking in his boots, before Astrid walks away, she'll lean in and just kind of like close to his ear and just say, "Every time I hear you speak, you lose a finger."
He shouldn't.
Damn.
He still has the gag in him.
Yeah, he can still make noise.
Okay. I want. Well, it was less for you and more just in general. We have not ungagged him unless it's feeding time,
We
and
have
then we
not
put the
ungagged him.
and then we silence him, and then he can be fed when he's in the silence zone. I think we all agreed on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We can handle one wizard that still scares the shit out of us for being maybe a Rakshasa.
All right. So what is the plan?
I guess
Every time he makes a noise, I'm chopping off one of his fingers.
You
Straightforward. Good.
look here. I know that we agreed to follow you all into battle, provide you all with transportation and maybe a little bit of air coverage, but the second that we start taking pieces off of our captives, I wonder myself what side of the war we're on. Is this really what we're doing?
he doesn't need to know that we're not doing it.
Is this really what we're doing?
You of all people would know that my bark is much worse than my bite.
I know her bite is pretty bad.
The captain steps back and moves out of your way.
I'll start helping. I'll sheath the dagger and just start helping do not navigation, but like rope things. I don't know. We've been on this ship so long, and I know nothing.
my shiply manners.
Yeah, doing whatever the heck she's been doing this entire time.
You all have 8 days before you get back to Waterdeep.
Oh,
what
I'm gonna
is
read someone's
how?
skull.
I don't want to.
I want to make sure that we have a guard duty like cycle on there. So like we all have our normal duties, but because this was a fully manned ship beforehand, that we are taking some time out to rotate someone through being on guard duty or feeding duty or whatever to like to handle our captive. Just just to
You feel a
be
little tug on your coattails, and in
What's
this
one doing?
small female figure. I'll check on him. I'll watch him.
appreciate it.
You leave him to me.
Is that our goblin?
Mm-hmm.
Aw. I love her.
Volunteering to watch him herself. Your newest crew member, Vantage.
You give a shout
Um,
if you see anything suspicious, anything at all, and we'll just stick to the
yeah,
schedule with him.
I'll watch. Watch this, and then she just starts like boxing his knees as he's kind of bound up, roughing him up a little bit. Yeah, I got him. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I would like to take a crack at him.
we're not interrogating him anymore. We'll wait till we get back.
Valen
We
wants to
have
take a
8
crack at him.
days. Hmm.
Val's plan is for these 8 days is to, be up on deck, help Arendor with navigation where needed. There's likely not much, but where needed. Do deckhand duties. And the entire time he's going through the motions, but he's keeping his eye on the prisoner the entire time. But there is nothing else that Val will be doing that needs to be said, other than I'll cast silence when we need to feed the guy. But like I'm not gonna role play anything or say that I need to do anything else.
I will take an hour to summon back Anshu at some point.
Oop, sorry.
I use 10 gold worth of my materials to do so.
Valen, I would say you can do what you were
Okay.
suggesting.
So let me give me some time. You guys go ahead, give me some time. Let me work up a plan. I'll be right there.
Well, I think
Give
that's
me a
the
couple
thing,
minutes.
Terry. We don't have anything else that I think we're trying to force into the situation.
They don't have any more narrative, so it's either okay, so you guys do have options though. Conversations with each other's, conversation with the crews, things like that. Well, Valen slash Terry figured out what his line of questioning or how he wants to approach this. But
At some point, I'll resummon Skull because he got lost in the shuffle, I think.
in one of your tours up to the poop deck, Vantage takes like a very heavy liking, and often kind of follows her around. The Skull, a boy or a girl?
Was a boy.
Okay, often follows him around. Not getting too close, but you definitely see that the little halfling, actually Goblin Girl, having revealed herself to you, is taking quite a liking to your friend.
I'll just because he's like hip height. He's a big guy or a big dog, not a guy. I'll just kind of like bump him and whisper to him and just tell him to be nice. And he'll kind of hat over and she's sitting and watching the prisoner, he'll sit with her and be the dark, scary hellhound that he is, but also be
Something much sweeter.
be something a little sweet on too.
Would it be okay if Val sees this going on while he's up on the deck and like motions to Vantage to come over and says, he really just has this really soft spot. He really likes it, like right under the chin over here on those like on his right side. He really likes that because Val did get to roll that
Yeah,
nat 20
he
with
did
the animal
roll.
handling initially.
Yeah, Vantage loves this and uses this to her advantage as she gains the trust of Skull. And towards the end of the journey, you see at least a moment in which Vantage, the Goblin Girl, is riding on the back of Skull as they like bounce around the poop
That's
deck of the
adorable.
Tom Petty.
That mental image is with what's his face strapped to the center mast
Verum.
is with Verum in the center mast. There's a hellhound with a goblin riding it, bounding around him. It's just magical.
That needs to be
Yes.
drawn.
More
Yeah,
things
that's
for
a
me to
pretty
add to
great.
the pile.
Yeah, that's a pretty great.
I will also have like Anchu practicing to be like on guard dog duty. This will help for future.
Yeah, sure. On to somewhere.
Yeah, just like he's still young, so I don't want to like steal from all of this. But
You don't want him
Wow.
to accidentally poof outside of the realms of the ship.
yeah, but I want him to learn from what we're seeing here, so that he can learn like monkey see monkey do kind of thing, but with dogs. And
Oh,
like
so okay, so Anchu's like popping around trying to imitate Skull,
right.
which is
So like be on guard
pretty
dog
great as
duty.
well.
He's trying to be, be alert, and then at some
Mhm.
point, I don't know if it really will matter, but um, it lasts for how long does it last? Lasts for 8 hours. So every 8 hours, I'll just refresh an alarm really closely around um, Verum. So no one on the ship will trigger it, but if he were to go and move outside of it, I'll be made aware. And I just kind of do it quietly so he doesn't know I'm putting it out. So it's just part of my ritual to kind of trace around him and set an alarm. I'm not sure if it'll matter, but I do it. I'm just trying to think of things that I can do. So yeah. I don't really have anything else that I can learn or
Three.
practice.
Yep. I think I'm ready.
All right, bud.
I have one more.
So after settling down with all the stuff, like greeting with the ship crews and finishing the cookings and everything and put everybody all taken care of. It's not just for the purpose of interrogation, but rather I'm just really curious about what the cultists are planning and what they have been doing in the Serpent's Hill. So I brought a pint and just so I brought a pint and then just approach the assumed wizard and then basically I start making conversation to him. So first of all, I walked close to him and then said that after all that, I guess being captured and tied up and all cooped up in those tomb chambers filled with snakes, you must be thirsty. I mean, I know this probably won't help too much to make you feel better with the discomfort that would put you in right now. But I brought a pint. I don't know if you'll be interested. Sorry, just a nod will suffice. Nod or shake head. Sorry. Did you not, Riva? Wait, is that a head shaking or nodding? Okay, so alright, so I remove. Wait, hold up. So basically, I took out my rapier and tried and used the tip of the sword to remove the gag a little bit, just enough for him to make some sounds. So, would you like some drinks or not?
I appreciate the offer of ale, but I need water much more than that right now.
Okay. I guess that we can do. Just give me a sec. So I basically put the gag back and then just went down to the deck and then brought another couple waters. And so then I reapproached him and then removed the gag and then I give him the water, saying that promise you're gonna behave. This is the waters I can offer you.
If I could survive off the ale, I would, but I do need the water.
Okay.
Please. And then he puts his head back and opens his mouth so that you can pour the water into
Then I
his mouth.
slowly pour the water into his mouth.
Thank you,
All right.
brother. I now that I'm hydrated, I think I could probably enjoy that ale a little bit better. Puts his head back and opens his mouth.
All right. So then I basically pour just a little bit to let him have a taste, and then took it back now. All right. So I mean, we don't have much on the ship, but before we get back to where we have, but before we get back to where we're taking you, this is the best I can do. So
It's much better than the auntie would have given me. Yeah, I understand.
so the
Thank you.
so the things I mean, my companions probably don't care because we're hired and we're on a job to deliver you to our contractors and
Is
our
that the job?
Let's say that's the job I can tell you.
All right, let's say that's the job.
Okay. All right. So the reality is, I'm also personally curious about what exactly is going around on the Sword Coast. You see, me and my companions were travelers, and we have seen some shit. We have we have dealt with some strange stuff for the last couple months across the Sword Coast, and we've seen towns being harassed, and we've been harassed by some dragon cultists in some rare cases. But what I'm don't get is as a bard, I've been running up and down through the sword coast for the last couple of decades. I've never seen dragon cultists to be this active. I mean, I know. I mean, well, I don't know for sure, but I've heard rumors that you guys are operating based out of the Sunset Mountains. Well, at least the last time I talked to people that know about dragon cultists, that remember
What mountains you
from
said?
Sunset Mountains.
Mm.
So the last time I heard, yo, you guys are gathering up in Sunset Mountains. I don't seriously, as a bard, I don't really care about dragon worshipping. I mean, I've seen people worshiping something worse than dragons before, believe me. But it's just it feels less and less of a coincidence that the dragon cultists are gathering and planning and plotting and moving against a lot of, I would say, towns and establishments across the shore coast in recent months. So, like, I'm just curious, like, if there's anything that you can share, and I would like to roll a persuasion on this and
Okay.
see if I can get some information out of him.
I'm gonna really roll against you, but look, clear to me that my livelihood is gone, and that my place amongst the cultists is over. You set me free, I'll die for sure. If I remain amongst your savage friends, I'll likely die as well. You're not wrong. The cultists are moving. Decades and decades and decades upon decades of movements are now culminating into this one moment. The gathering a glorious dragon army. And they're gonna decimate the Sword Coast. They're gonna fulfill the rightful order of the dragons. And us cultists will be on the right hand side.
Hmm.
You could have lived hundreds of years and not seen anything like this. This is the dawning of a great awakening.
I
Unfortunately,
do. I will admit, this is by far. I mean, out of the 85 years that I've lived through on this world, this is by far the first time I've ever come across this frequent encounters or even rumors about the dragon cultists. Because, like I said, from what I've read long time ago, and like I mean, y'all supposed to be monks in the Sunset Mountains and just worshiping the dragons, and has nothing to do with the people down on the regular folks around the streets and townships. But okay, go
you
ahead,
don't
please.
understand. The regular people amongst the streets, the reason why the cultists can inspire and recruit so heavily is because they've lost faith in the humankind who continue to gather and amass their wealths. They say that dragons contain hordes of gold, but you're gonna take me to Waters Deep, to those dragons that sit around a table that have power because they sit on top of masses of gold. It's not any difference. Except for your hard work and your label benefits them. But in the dawning of the new age of dragon, those will be set right.
Well, to be honest, if we're fully go heart to heart here, I'm a bard, so I don't really care who's in power. What I really care about,
You'll care when your head's on a spike.
see, that's the problem. That's what I care about. The little folks that gonna get trampled on when you guys are fighting for the powers between each other.
Mhm.
I've seen some crazy stuff and I've seen people suffering. So
You
I
telling
don't
me in all
know.
this time you haven't come across cultists in desperate need that have been given protection and aid by the sheer help of the dragon cultists? That you don't understand the plight of those that have been rejected by society? Never
Charity work
once.
is charity work. It doesn't really matter who give it. I mean, if you're talking about Dragon cultists doing this for the benefits of the people, I've seen charity works done by regular folks across towns, across the cities, up and down the Sword Coast too, and they're
Right.
doing it for free,
And
right?
the Sword Coast has been ruled by man for how many thousand years? And yet there still is poverty and all these atrocities laid upon those so that your your dragons, your council can sit upon their golden thrones. There hasn't been a movement like this in thousands of years. You know nothing of the potential, true equality. You know the structures made by men. They need to climb on the backs of the poor. Charity. They only give charity so that they can disguise themselves as something better than they are.
I'm not talking about the powerful dukes or princes, whoever they are, that resides in the Sword Coast. Doesn't matter
Oh,
what a
those
deep
nameless few that happen to
borderscape.
hold th- happen to hold thrones and crowns. Yes, those nameless. Mm-hmm.
If you're doing this, if you truly believe this, that you're doing it for the benefits of the cult in order to help the people, then why is it always the regular folks that ends up suffering when you guys are raiding the cities? If you're so keen on taking over without bloodshed and trying to protect the people, I
No,
mean, this wouldn't be the way to do it.
you know whose bloodshed was shed? The armies and the soldiers of the people that were sworn to protect the powerful. We don't attack the innocent. We're not decimating households and orchards. We attack the banks and the strongholds. And those that die, they're sworn in protection of their elite. They were convinced in their small little towns to give up their lives to protect someone else's fortune. So that's a microcosm of what really happens here on the Sword Coast. Give up your lives so that those cushy dragons that sit on the council can continue to hold their wealth. But look, In the end, it's over for me. I've lost my mask. I've lost my rank. I've lost my army. And if I were to show my face again on the Sword Coast, I'd surely lose my life. I had hoped to be a power player on this game board, in this game of chess, but I'm a pawn. And I'll admit right now, I'm willing to do whatever it takes in order to just continue my life.
Okay. All right. Because to be honest, between our benefactors and the Wyvern speaker in the cult, I can't lie to you that we do have a lot of really, really appealing offering for your head and the information that you possess. But if this is your decision, that you have determined you would do anything to extend your life, then I guess when we reach our destination, I'll talk with my companions and see what we can do about it. There's no guarantee from me, but after a conversation here, I can feel like at least I can tell you really believe in this movement. I mean, like a bard, like I said, I'm a bard. I've seen people raising their voices and shouting at the top of their lawn about many different kind of movement for many different kind of causes for many years. Every man has a destiny, and every man needs to find his devotion. And it appears to me that you found yours, no matter other people may disagree it, but looks like you found yours. So with that, I'll respect your decision. And when we reach our destination, I'll talk to my companions and see if there's anything we can do to at least to get the bounties off your head to the best of our power. In exchange, I truly hope that you understand where I come from. Because to me, my life's fulfillment and my calling is to entertain people, is to know people, is to spread joy among people. And as a bard, it hates and pains me. I hate and it pains me to see regular folks suffering. I mean, yes, their life goal might be misguided. Like you said, to a certain degree, they might be suffering and working hard their ass for the wrong reason to benefit those lords and dukes and princes and king and queens. But to their mind, all they want to do at the end of the day is to share a pint with their families. And that's what keeps me going. So to this, to one man with devotion with the other, in exchange for what we can try to help you with, I hope when we get to our destination, you will honestly provide all the information that me and my companions needs to know about this movement, about this so-called dragon armies that you're saying the cultists are amassing. Okay. Now open up the mouth so I can let you finish this pint. I would hate to see this beers go to waste.
He rocks his head back. He lets you pour some more ale into his mouth, and then he tells you, "You bet you cover my mouth before your companions come back."
Okay. So then I raise my rapier again and then put the gag on and then walk away.
And that's where we're gonna end tonight.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.